2 minutes to the deadline. One minute to the deadline. Thirty seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
And good evening, Diplomacy fans. Welcome to the next edition of Gameday Live, this time covering Carnage of 2021. Welcome. I am your host tonight, Kevin O'Kelly of the Chicago Windy City Weasels. I am very pleased to be joined tonight by one of DBN's co-founders, the personality and definitely face of DBN, Brandon Fogel. Welcome, Brandon.
Hey, Kevin. Good to be with you. Really glad to not be hosting.
Well, don't worry. We'll have a tech problem somewhere along the way. But by doing so, we've got some young talent helping us out as well tonight. You have seen him on, I think, every single broadcast for the last 3 months, I think. But we're glad to have him again. Please welcome to the screen, University of Texas's own, Karthik Kanith. Welcome, Karthik.
Happy to be here. Hope you guys aren't tired of me yet.
No, definitely not. The ratings keep going up, so I think that's why we keep asking you back. So we are welcome. We are here tonight. It's Tournament 2. We're following up on the strong showing at Whipping a couple of weeks back from Bay Area. Brandon, you were the host of that show. Anything stick out from that one as we lead into tonight?
Oh, well, primarily the fact that Jason Massbaum won the tournament is of note, and pretty clear evidence, I think, that at least hell has frozen over, if not other things. Looking forward to seeing how Jason follows it up. He's playing tonight, and also looking to see how the rest of the field reacts to Jason being one of the members of the winner's circle now.
Yeah,
I think it's a clear sign that center-based scoring systems can't be trusted, which shouldn't be an issue tonight.
No. I haven't read the rules recently, so I must go check those out before we get to tonight's broadcast. But Brandon, that's a great kind of segue into tonight's broadcast. Is we do have Jason playing, and I think he's played in all 3 rounds, so he's going to get that test of beating up on the winners. I know Doug Moore has said on this this program before that he couldn't find an ally for years after winning Worlds, and so Jason breaking the curse last tournament. We'll see if that affects him tonight. What else for tonight are you looking forward to?
Well, just another note on that board reputation is something that is crucial to manage, especially in a long series of engagements with the same group of people. And so watching Jason, Jason has not necessarily established a clear board reputation prior to that tournament win, but, definitely through like his own play and through our sort of very friendly kidding with him on air. I think he had a kind of reputation as a bit of a wild card and something of a loose cannon, and he did not show that sort of behavior in at whipping. And he showed instinct of a champion there, and it'll be interesting to see how that specifically ends up percolating through the rest of his play. As far as the rest of the field goes, it's a relatively small field. This is a smaller tournament than we've covered so far in DBN, and there are a lot of top players. This is a highly concentrated. It's a small but concentrated tournament. And it'll be interesting to see who goes for it, who stands out. I have no idea.
Karthik, with the smaller field, you get to play the same players probably on multiple boards. Is that going to be an advantage for a certain types of players, a disadvantage for others?
Yeah, I think it'll be an advantage for those heavily alliance-based players like Ed Sullivan, a fellow UT alumnus, and other players like him. I think those who can get friends on early boards and then carry those friendships going forward into the second board and the third board will be huge benefactors of the way the tournament is set up and the tournament structure as a whole, especially because it rewards not necessarily stabbing players like, a system like Tribute does or other scoring systems like it.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of the scoring system, so we'll get this kind of washed out up front. This Carnage system is a little bit different than most that we've broadcasted. Obviously, DBN did last year's Carnage, but it is a ranked-based system. However, this year, Dave Maletsky, the tournament director and organizer for Carnage, took some feedback and added a little bit of center base in it. So our laugh at the beginning of adding some center base to it. So we're going to see what the feedback is. I know certain types of players like the ranked base system, strong players who maybe aren't good enough to get that board top, but can rattle off 3 second places are in there for a top 7, which, in DBNI categories, you'll get some points. I know with the lower field, there's no automatic qualifier for this one, but in a regular Carnage, when it comes out, if this is the system that sticks, you will see how it lasts and how the players adapt to it. So,
yeah, it's worth saying for the Invitational, this tournament is not big enough to earn an automatic qualification for the winner, like you just said. And the points associated with this tournament overall will be less than they would have been for a tournament that does have an automatic qualifier. That said, the winner of this tournament will probably earn enough points to qualify, especially in combination with an okay finish in at least one other tournament. So there is still something at stake here for the Invitational. It's just that second, third, and fourth place, those will be equivalent to like a 10th, 11th, or 12th place in a bigger tournament.
Yep. That's good to have. And we're always playing for something. We got to get the win. Hopefully it's not just Alliance play all night. So, but speaking of Alliance play all night, let's roll to the boards.
Let's do it.
So, speaking of a small but stacked field, we are kicking off tonight with what typically would be the primetime game of the night. But I don't know how. I know Dave was using Chris Brand's seeding software, but somehow the algorithm must have been tripped, because to get a board where we are leading off with multi-time world champion Andrew Goff in Austria, hunter catcher who won a title last year and was on one of the hottest streaks we had seen in a while. He plays England. Newcomer Katie Gray, who had fantastic results over the last couple of broadcasts, comes in from Indiana in France. We've got Chris Ward, who is a noted speedboat player and has been in VDL and picking up some good results. He landed as Germany in this first game. Noted Alliance player, which has drawn some ire in the Discord chats recently. Ed Sullivan picks Italy here. We've got another discussed player, Morgante Pell, from our last league night broadcast. We've got him in Russia. And then lastly, in the other corner of the world, the noted England specialist, Russ Dennis, picking in Turkey. So, I mean, look at this board. What can you say going into kicking off the night?
I mean, I think this is obviously an elite board. And while Katie Gray is new to face-to-face play, she is absolutely an elite player. I played with her on Web Diplomacy before. She is absolutely, like, in an extended deadline play, she is an incredible player, and I expect to have her continue her great streak of play in this game as well.
Brandon, I just got to ask, the East.
Honestly, it's just mouth-watering, right? Like Ed and Morgante are two tournament winners. Ed won the Cascadia. Morgante won the Virtual World Diplomacy Championship. I'm sorry, they're calling it the World Classic. It's going to be considered the Virtual Diplomacy Championship going forward. But it was the biggest tournament of last year, one of the biggest tournaments that's ever been held. And then the weak link in the East is Russ Dennis, who, won Best England multiple times last year as a threat on every board he's on, and made it to the top board of the DBNI and, came close to winning that. So, yeah, good luck, all of you.
Yeah, this is definitely the most stacked East I've seen in a long, long time.
Well, I won't even get it because I got the software. Here's my first technical glitch of not even be able to reveal these first orders. So we're on it. Let's go to it, Karthik. What do you got?
Let's jump straight to it. So in the West, we see France opening aggressively against England, going Brest to the English Channel, Paris to Picardy, and Marseille to Spain, signaling very, very strong anti-English intentions. Germany opens up standard, but will likely set themselves up for a very, very strong anti-English push. Morgante chooses to open up south against the Austria and Turkey, sending Sevastopol to the Black Sea, Moscow to Ukraine, and Warsaw to Galicia. Austria opens up standard. Turkey opened up with a move that has become increasingly popular, where they send Ankara to the Black Sea and then Smyrna to Ankara, which basically allows Ankara to go to Constantinople in the fall. It's a clever move that allows Turkey to gain some tempo against an AI if it ever occurs, while Italy moves Venice to Tyrolia, but otherwise standard play. So we'll see what Venice to Tyrolia intends to do. Ed Sullivan can create a lot of interesting play there, can influence Austria, Italy, see what happens there. When we go into fall 1901, we start to see the alliance structure sort of develop. In the West, we see sort of sea lion form with the French unit in the English Channel supporting Denmark to the North Sea, while Picardy fills in Belgium, Ruhr fills in Holland, Kiel fills in Denmark, allowing them to get the 2 builds that they need for Germany, 3 builds for France.
Looks like there was a little technical problem there.
Yeah.
So tell me about the Sea Lion.
So the Sea Lion is set up strongly. It's basically a France, German, and Russian alliance against the English. It ensures that the English player collapses relatively quickly, gives the French very, very strong position over the because of the fact that they control the English Channel. Hopefully will control London. And then we'll basically be able to dictate a lot of that play. And then it's going to be interesting to see how this play develops from there, though. But early on, at least, by the fact that the French have the English Channel and the Germans have the North Sea, will create a lot of problems for the English, because it's going to be very, very easy for them to convoy armies into England and for them to support armies into London as necessary, and also then support a fleet into the Norwegian Sea if it ever comes to that. We have the board back. Okay, if we could see fall 1901 for the East, that would be great. So in the East, we see Tyrolia go into Trieste, while Apulia goes into Venice, suggesting that what we saw previously as the sort of nice little AI, maybe RT combination is going to be something much more deadly for the Austrian, given that Ed Sullivan put the fleet in Tunis and rotated the army up to Venice and dropped the unit into from Tyrolia into Trieste. This does not look like an agreed upon move at all. On the other hand, there's an army in Romania, which suggests maybe we could see some sort of IT form, or RIT form. But yeah, if we go into the winter, We see relatively standard builds. The notable ones being the fact that Morgante chooses to build St. Petersburg North Coast, and also that Italy builds 2 fleets, and that the Turkish builds Fleet Constantinople. If we go to spring 1902, we see the continuation of this very strong sea lion, with the fleet in the Norwegian in Norway being forced, moving to the North Sea, realizing that it's guaranteed to be forced out by Morgante. So Morgante gains control of Scandinavia completely, with Sweden and Norway being in Russian control. The English put a fleet back in the North Sea, but the Germans retreat cleverly to the Norwegian Sea, allowing them to maintain control of strong, forceful presence against the English. Also, they put a fleet into Helgoland Bight, which will create further issues for the English. In the meantime, France moves their fleets into 4 positions, sending the English to the Irish Sea and Brest to the English Channel, which should make huge problems for Hunter Catcher. Katie Gray's establishing a strong position. She's going to be in a great position to take control over France in the near term. On the other hand, Ed Sullivan, puts up his fleets into useful positions, sending Rome to Tyrrhenian, Naples to Ionian, potentially seeing more of this anti-Austrian position move into place. But in the east, we see a sort of change of the alliance structure, with a sort of AT forming against the Russians. Potentially, this saw Morgante and the West forming 2 strong positions, so they figured, hey, we need to switch up our alliance structure and move against it. Potentially an AIT could be forming here. We see sort of the real formation of the AIT here, with the Austrians taking Romania and then supporting Armenia into Sevastopol, while the Italians support themselves into Tyrolia and have what looks like an arranged bounce in Aegean, and then a self-bounce in the Ionian. This all seems very logical to me. On the other hand, Morgante tries to make some defense against the assumed move into Galicia, whereas on the other hand, the Austrians are moving and the Italians are moving very, very strong against the stalemate line, trying to put some pressure on Germany. In the north, we see, once again, just tactical moves by the sea line against the English. Hunter Catcher is actually doing a relatively good job of defending against it, bouncing the French out of Liverpool, and then also supporting themselves into the English Channel. They do lose the North Sea in doing so, but I mean, given the fact that they're facing an FGR, there's very little they can do. So it's a credit to Hunter that he's surviving as long as he is without losing the center. All right, so in the winter of 1902, we see relatively standard builds. We see the army in Ankara, the fleet in Brest, and we can kind of move on to the spring. So in the spring, we see more of the AIT starting to form and roll on. We see Austria moving into position in Galicia, which is going to be critical to establishing a strong position against the Russians, as Galicia allows them to control Ukraine, Warsaw, and Silesia, all critical territories for dominating the Russian sphere. In the meantime, the Italians roll east, sending Tyrolia to Piedmont, Tyrrhenian Sea to Lyon, and Tunis to Western Mediterranean, all critical properties for controlling the French territories in Iberia, Marseille, Spain, and Portugal. This is going to be devastating for the French. Katie Gray is going to have to probably pull back some units from the English theater in order to respond to it. On the other hand, in the north, we see the French fleet in Norway going to the North Sea, while the Germans take Edinburgh, the French take English Channel, and we see basically sort of the fall of the English Empire come into control here. It's not likely that Hunter Catcher survives past 1904 looking at this. We look into the fall, we see that the French managed to make their way into London, while the Germans continue to control Edinburgh, which should take the English down to one center. We see the French go down to Marseille. We see the French also bounce Ed Sullivan out of Spain, meaning that Ed Sullivan misguessed here. But on the plus side, he denies the French any build in Marseille, which means that there cannot be a fleet in Marseille built, which is something that Ed is very, very happy to see, even if he didn't successfully get Spain. In the east, we see the AIT rolling into position with Sebastopol going into Ukraine, the Ankara being convoyed into Sebastopol. Some very, very nice moves by Rus, basically realigning his armies into useful positions and basically ensuring that Morgante will be in a very, very tricky position. There's a balance in Silesia among Germany, Austria, and Russia, which is interesting to see here. I'm assuming the balance between Germany and Russia is sort of agreed upon, given that they try to want to stymie the Austrian advance. But we'll see how long they can do it, because the way that Italy and Austria are moving on them, they're not going to be able to hold off for long. So if we look into winter, unfortunately for Hunter, he's forced to pull 2 units, being left with 1 to defend his 1 center. That will not be enough to hold off for long. And I think here we're going to start to see the AIT versus the FGR really come into reality. The AIT has the upper hand here, but it'll be interesting to see how things play out. So if we go to the spring of 1904, we start to see this continue along more with Marseille cleverly retreating into Spain, realizing, hey, Marseille is not really in a great position to hold right now. Let's try to retreat to Spain and then try to retake potentially later. Ed Sullivan takes advantage of this and supports Piedmont into Marseille and also rotates Tyrolia down. We see the Austrians and the Turkish collaborate to take Warsaw, which is going to be critical to establishing a strong line against Morgante, a strong line against the FGR. We see the FGR sort of realizing that this is a very dangerous position and trying to realign their units to defend against it. Morgante, I think, seems to be sort of moving, saying, hey, look, if I can't make this work, it's time to sort of stab Germany and try to make something out of it. We see the North Sea go to Denmark, which gets bounced at by Kiel, and the North Sea eventually retreats to Skagerrak. We see Germany support themselves back into the North Sea. Hunter Catcher regains Edinburgh, and also the Irish Sea goes to the North Atlantic Ocean, while the French Sea goes to send London back to the English Channel. Now, the English unit in Edinburgh gets blown up by the Germans as Germans re-enter Edinburgh, and the French take Liverpool, which signals goodbye to Hunter Catcher after a well-played game. Morgante tries to take back Warsaw, but was once again stymied, which leaves the AIT in a great position to take Moscow in the following year. We see France trying to take back Marseille from Ed Sullivan, but also incapable of doing so, given the current positions, trying to realign their fleets in position to gain sort of positional control over the Italians, but that goes nowhere. What is useful, though, for the FG against the AIT, though, is the fact that the Germans are able to land a unit in Tyrolia, which will be critical, I think, going forward. So if we go to the spring of 1905, we'll start to see some interesting things starting to happen. So in the spring of 1905, we'll see why that unit in Tyrolia is so critical. So there's an attempt from the Austrians to bounce out the Italians moving to Trieste, but because of the fact that the unit in Tyrolia is there, it's able to support the Italians moving back in there, which will likely show why Ed Sullivan moved back. Is going to be setting up a strong stab against the Austrians, whose armies are overextended. We see, if we look at their armies in Prussia, their armies in Galicia moving to Warsaw now. They basically only have really 2 armies around their home centers, with Vienna and Romania. And we see the fleet in Greece. That will not be enough to defend against a concerted attack against them, especially if Turkey is to change their position. Now, if we look to the west, we see, once again, Morgante is in dire straits, with Moscow falling, and then also St. Petersburg going to Norway, basically allowing Moscow to retreat there. But Morgante is now basically forced into Norway, Sweden, St. Petersburg, and Denmark, only holding the northern position while he tries to defend against Chris Wardy and Katie Gray, basically making their strong push. And then if we go to the fall of 1905, we'll see Ed Sullivan basically realigning his position in the south. He sends his fleets from Lyon to the Western Mediterranean and Western Mediterranean to Naf, while Katie Gray holds. We see once again the same bounce that we saw last turn in the North Sea happening once again. We see Vienna getting popped with Tyrolia being put into Vienna. which while Sevastopol goes to Romania, basically showing that the AIT that we saw previously is now being turned into an IT. It'll be interesting to see how this IT will hold up against the FG, given the fact that Morgante and the Russians have kind of been reduced out of the formula in this game. So it's going to be likely reduced to an FG versus IT over the course of the rest of the game. Now, if we go to spring 1906, we see this this sort of like alliance structure continue as we see Romania slide into Bulgaria with support from the Italians in Greece, and Ukraine slide into Romania. And then also Ed Sullivan makes some clever positional plays getting into Albania, Trieste, and Tyrolia, which should set up him to take Serbia and also force Budapest in the fall. On the other hand, his retreats from the line against Katie by sending Nav to Tunis gives her the security to move Portugal to Mao and then Mao to the English Channel, which should potentially create some issues for the Germans if she so chooses. This is potentially some clever diplomatic play by Ed Sullivan, which gives him some position to work with here. If we go to fall 1906, we see finally the North Sea is popped as the Russians sort of gain positional advantage here after long bounces and the Germans taking it at some point. We see there's a bounce in Clyde with Katie and Wardy trying to fight for control there, while holding elsewhere and regaining control of Marseille. On the other hand, we see Serbia fall to Ed, but because of some clever orders by Andrew Goff in Austria, we're able to regain control of Trieste due to the tapping of Tyrolia by Bohemia. If we go to the
hold on, but you got to appreciate Goffey taking Constantinople here as well, just winning that guess. It's not even a guess.
Right, yes, correct.
What is Black Sea doing?
Yes, there's a very clever guess by Goffey here.
But it shouldn't be a guess, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't be a guess because Black Sea could have gone to Constantinople and Constantinople could have gone to Smyrna. That would have caused potential position. So Russ Dennis, I guess, assumed that he was going to be able to outguess the world champion in Andrew Goff. And, he paid dearly for it.
Worth pointing out here is Chris Wardy not retreating to an open London here. So I believe that these bounces between France and Germany are probably arranged. Although why would they bounce in Holland? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me.
But then why wouldn't he retreat to Holland unless he thinks that he can,
right, exactly. Or why wouldn't he retreat to Helgoland? It's an open question.
I meant London. London is what I meant. Retreat to London. Take the dot. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Sure. Yeah. Potentially wanted to rebuild in Kiel. He built the army in Kiel. The issue is without being able to put a fleet in the Baltic, it makes taking back Denmark really, really difficult. But if we go to spring 1907, we'll be able to cover this more. We see exactly why this is going to be so painful with the Russians themselves taking the Baltic Sea, which is a critical unit in terms of defining how the Russian-German alliance works. On the other hand, we see the Turkish moving into strong position, taking Sevastopol and Ukraine and backfilling Romania with the unit of Bulgaria. On the other hand, Silesia pulls Vienna into Galicia, while the Austrians take Vienna back, presumably agreed upon with the Germans, especially given the fact that the Germans then support Bohemia into Tyrolia. As Tyrolia moves to Piedmont, we see some sort of nice little chaos going on here with Albania taking Trieste as well. Some of it agreed upon, some of it not. It's going to be very interesting to see what the diplomatic alliances were, the diplomatic arrangements were there. Unfortunately, we don't have access to that, but I would love to hear what went on in those conversations.
Wait, but go back. So spring of 1906, have to give a shout out to Sabi Huja with the triple bounce in Gascony.
Yes. Very, very nice shout out from Katie, signaling her love for Sabi with the bounce of Spain, Marseille, and Mao and Gascony, the triple bounce. Sabi's legendary move.
Just note, this won't be the last reference to Gascony tonight.
All right.
Well, good to know, Kevin. Good to know.
All right, so follow 7.
So going to follow 7, we see Gascony goes to Warsaw, which shows the FG making some progress against the the IT, which was previously, looking very, very dire straits in terms of the FG working against it. We saw generally momentum swinging their way, but now we sort of see the resurgence of the FG as Galicia gets put into Warsaw. So that's good for them on that side. While on the other hand, we see sort of like, this realignment of troops on the Italian side with the NAF going to Western Mediterranean. We see the Turk being supported from Romania into Budapest, which will leave the Austrians on one as the Aegean goes to Constantinople, basically leaving Goth with only Vienna left. So this is a very, very dangerous position for him. I don't see Goff living for much longer than this. I think if I had to guess, Ed Sullivan and Russ Dennis will put him out of his misery very, very soon.
Well, you don't have to guess because you know what happens.
Right, that's very true. I do know what happens. And as I was going to say, in spring 1908, Tarole goes into Vienna while Galicia goes into Ukraine, sort of signaling Goff's understanding of exactly what the board realities are. If we look at Mao, Mao goes in once again into Portugal while there's a self-bounce in the mid-Atlantic. I'm not sure why Katie Gray doesn't put a unit into there. Potentially, some sort of a agreement with Ed Sullivan. But if I was her, I'd really like to see if I'm going to be sending these units back, I want to see them in position to work against him. In the meantime, we see Constantinople going to the Aegean, while Smyrna goes to Constantinople and Ankara goes to Armenia. Just some realignment of units as we start to prepare for some more important turns. If we go to fall 1908, we see Moscow gets popped as well, with Livonia sliding into Moscow as we start to see once again the FG make further ground on the Turks and the Russian territories. So if we look at this board right now, we see a lot of snowball potential, potentially both for France and for Italy. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how the board develops from here and the moves that both players will make to determine who will take the top board from this position. So even though with Ed on 7, with Ed on 8 and Katie on 9, these are the two that will be really grappling for the top position on this board.
Well, Katie's slipping into Holland there. That's one where you would love to know if that was agreed upon or not.
Exactly. It'd be very, very important to know whether or not that was agreed upon between.
I mean, her other moves were not aggressive, so
right.
It's possible not. It's possible that it was agreed upon, I should say.
Exactly. And her and Chris Wardy have had a very, very productive relationship so far this game, so it's very believable that it was agreed upon. So if we look at these moves now, we sort of see once again a realignment of units getting position. We see Ed move very, very aggressively against the French, with Venice being put into Piedmont. We see Tuscany going to Lyon. We see Western moving to Naf, and Naples going to Cheyenne, which will presumably eventually make his way to the Western Mediterranean as well, which should create a strong position against the French. Luckily for Katie Gray, she has sort of sniffed this out and will have the units in position to defend against it, create a strong stalemate against Ed in the West. But this also just basically eliminates her ability to grow because it basically commits all of her units to defending against Ed to create a 600 stalemate against the moves into the Mediterranean area. On the other hand, if we look at the east, we see Ed's other units doing a lot of work. We see Vienna supporting Trieste into Budapest and Budapest moving to Romania, which shows that Russ Dennis seems to be willing to give up centers to Ed, potentially signaling diplomatically Ed has secured an arrangement between him and Russ, where Russ is going to ensure that Ed gets the board top here. And we see also Morgante making a play into Helgoland and the North Sea, potentially trying to go for Edinburgh or who knows what from here. If we go to the fall of 1909, we see the convoy of Norway to Holland. We see that Helgoland supports the North Sea, which in this case was actually unnecessary. And probably if Helgoland had supported Norway to Holland, it would have succeeded. But unfortunately, that's not the orders Morgante made. On the other hand, we see Ed successfully secure Budapest. We see the fleet in Greece walk out, and we see the fleet in the Aegean walk into Constantinople, once again giving further credence to the idea that Russ really wants Ed to top this board. I guess in this case, Russ is really happy with the alliance that he had with Ed, and he wanted Ed to top this board. And there's really, at this point, with all the units that Katie has committed to defend against Ed, there's really nothing she can do to change that reality. So I wouldn't. So if we go to next turn, we see more of the same where Katie tries to make a play on Munich. Wardy walks out of it, and they try to sort of end up. Basically, Wardy is now trying to throw some dots to Katie in order to realign basically the throwing efforts that Russ has made towards Ed in terms of giving him dots. But if he goes to the turn afterwards in the spring of fall of 1911, fall of 1910, the Aegean takes Smyrna, showing that Russ is more than willing to give any and all centers needed to ensure that Ed Sullivan gets the board top. And we go one more turn. It's just going to be if you keep going, it's just going to be more and more of basically Russ Dennis showing that he's going to give whatever it takes to put Ed on top. Wardy just not having the centers necessary to give Katie Gray the same level of security or same level of dots that Ed Sullivan's willing to give. And as a result, by the time the game draws in 1913, I believe, is that Ed Sullivan will take the board top on 12, while Katie takes it on 11, which is really just like, a very, very very well played game diplomatically by Ed Sullivan. He managed to make his allies believe that him top on the board was the best case scenario, and created a board where Morgante was not going to throw any dots to Katie, which ensured that he was going to take the top. So kudos to him. This is more of a diplomatic play than a board position play, but I mean that's diplomacy for you. So well done,
Brandon. So to follow up on that, is there any point as France where you could have gone more aggressive, or were you just locked in because, like Karthik just said, Katie couldn't eat enough of Wardy's centers, whereas Turkey had more to be eaten?
No, there were a lot there. Unfortunately, the story of this game, as far as I can see, and I'm looking at it fresh. Karthik was had prepared remarks for this just for our viewers to know that. No, Katie left a lot of bullets in the chamber on this one. Sorry, that's a bad analogy. Left a lot of gas in the tank. There were multiple times early on where there were units that were self-bouncing, that were simply sitting idle and could have been moving in either direction and creating more units. There were two options here. One was to go north and take Edinburgh and Scandinavia. The other was to go south, and as soon as Ed was pulling units away, you fill in behind them. And the problem, so there are two problems. One, that Katie had a lot of units that just weren't doing anything, which is just not good in diplomacy, unless there's a specific and clear reason for it. And here there just wasn't. But the other was that Katie let Ed keep units against at the border. So there was a unit in Western Mediterranean for a long time, and there were units nearby in Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis. So it was very easy for Ed to pivot back when the time came. And as Karthik pointed out, Katie was left in a position of simply defending. Had the units to defend, but could only use them to defend at that point. Now, at the end of the game here, so once the East was broken and the IT clearly took advantage and got position, and then when Russ started showing a willingness to give dots away to Ed, which honestly is a little bit head scratching, especially in the context of just this one game, but in the context of a larger sort of series of games. Russ hasn't won a tournament, Ed has, so you think Russ might be a little bit hungrier there. But there are more dots available to Katie on that west-north side of the main stalemate line. So Katie could have gotten to so Ed would max out here at 15. Katie could have gotten to 16, leaving Morgante and Chris, I believe, with three total between them.
Right.
So that, as Karthik was pointing out, this is a diplomatic win for Ed at the end, because Ed was able to get someone to give him enough dots, and Katie either wasn't able to or didn't try. But there's lots of dots. I mean, Edinburgh, Kiel, Denmark, Norway, Sweden. That gives Katie the board top, I believe.
The issue is, like, the K probably has to deal with, though, is that if she makes a play for Kiel, I think it's very likely at that point that Morgante walks over to Ed and says, hey, do you want me to put you into Warsaw, Moscow, and St. Petersburg? Take the rest of the Turkish dots and you have a solo. Like, I think it's very likely at that point that's the conversation that's happening.
Yeah, big picture. So we found out a little bit about this game in the general chat. Hunter joined us in the general chat. I think it was still 1902. Maybe he made it to 1903 before joining us. In Spring 01, the English Channel was supposed to be a DMZ, and Katie played that well and forced the North quickly. And then towards the end, the reason for the sloughing of centers is Russ said that he had a discussion with Katie about having a three-way shared top, and Katie declined or didn't agree to it. And Russ said, as a consequence, that I will make sure you don't board top because of the positional and center base. So I think they knew that, kind of like Karthik was saying, where more centers could be sloughed off. The question was Morgante, and that's my last point on this board, is Morgante was under pressure all game from the beginning. All AT definitely from the beginning, and then I as well, and stayed and finished. And in this last season, picked up Kiel as well. So pulled a respectable, 7,500 points out of a terrible, not terrible start, but just unfortunate start, and stuck with it, held out throughout the game, never dipped below 4, and then picked up, to get to 5. So a nice game, a nice finish, my opinion, for Morgante. So, Karthik, since you did the game, any last wrap up here?
I think we hit everything we needed to. I think this is really just like a credit to Ed's diplomatic play here. I think that was what allowed him to convince Russ, like, hey, if you are not able to get the shared board top that you feel that you're entitled to, you should give your dots to me and not Katie. And that's the argument, that was able to get him, the extra 1,501 points, and kudos to him for getting that.
Yep. So a nice finish with that board, and congrats to Ed for a board top, and Katie a nice score too. I mean, over that many.
I just have to add one thing on that. A three-way shared board top in this scoring system is worth exactly the same as a second place.
Yes.
So,
you stole my thunder for later on, but yes.
So Russ was pointing a gun at his own head and making threats to Katie. I mean, he's the only one who lost in that.
Yep.
In that scenario.
So. Yeah, and I think that's why I think Katie said, I can get what I want out of this anyway. So there's no loss for her making that chance. So a great point on that too. So we got through the highlighted board first, but look at board 2 or board 1, I guess, since we started with board 2. You've got the current reigning tournament champion, Jason Massbaum, in Austria. You've got Tombstone Tommy in England. JJ Raymond, a young up-and-comer in France. Liam Stokes, again, same way. Young kids on this one in Germany. DBNI top board qualifier as well. Andrei Gribikov. Jonathan Frank, who is a fine diplomacy player, but didn't join us for that many games last year, getting out to an early start here in Spring Carnage in Russia. And Ben Kelman, Ben, again, the same way, close to the DBNI, got in, I think, through the wild cards, I think was on the top board at the Fall Carnage. So, I mean, you look at these boards, fantastic players coming in. So, Brandon, since you'll be doing this one, Karthik, what do you think about the players to go into this board?
Sure, I think this is basically just an elite group of players. I mean, I played with, I think, all of them before. Andre's a great alliance player. JJ and Jonathan Frank are great gumbo players. Tommy, Jason, and Ben are all just incredible players in their own right. I mean, there's not a bad player on this board at all.
Awesome. Well, with that being said, Brandon, it is all yours.
All right. I gave this game a title, and that title is "You Don't Need an Heir to Make a Tornado." Tommy Anderson has garnered a few nicknames so far. I think Teutonic Tommy and Tommy Tombstone. He's going to get a third one here, and I'll give it to you when the time comes. The game doesn't start out with too many fireworks. The biggest one here is Ben Kelman in Turkey opening up to Armenia. If you can move ahead into the fall here, we see that there is a reversal of sorts where Ben moves away from his apparent anti-Russia opening, probably sniffs out through diplomacy that Andre and Jason in Italy and Austria are forming a tight AI, which comes to fruition here in the fall. Andre takes Trieste, foregoes Tunis in order to get the tempo in the Aegean, and Ben pulls his units back into a defensive posture, which will be very important for what happens next. The in the West, Chris Kelly offers us a possible nickname. It's not going to be the one I settle on. But here we have just a face slap right here. Tommy and JJ take their two armies and smack Liam in the face with them, denying him either both Belgium and Holland. And Liam, for his sake, bounces Jonathan out of Sweden, despite the fact that Turkey has opened to Armenia. Typically, you will see Germany's not bounce Sweden in that case because it looks like Russia is going to have some problems, and it's useful to have Russia alive if you're Germany. And this is a decision I think that will have consequences because Jonathan does not have a unit to build in St. Petersburg. So if we move into the winter here of 1901, the builds here are relatively straightforward with one exception. J.J. Raymond pops down two armies, a very clear anti-German stance to go along with that bounce out of Belgium. And it's clear at this moment that we have a Leviathan, an EF brewing against Germany here. And in the East, we have what looks like AI versus RT. You can go ahead into the spring here. This is sort of a standard way for the AI to attack RT, although they opt to hit Romania here rather than Bulgaria. Often you'll see Bulgaria be the one taken in the spring. And in the West, we have really good defense by Liam. You'll see this again in the fall of 1902. Bounces Tommy in Helgoland and takes Holland, and also keeps JJ out of Belgium. So Liam had to make a choice here whether to support himself into Burgundy and deny JJ Burgundy, but opts to keep him out of Belgium. Moving ahead into the fall, you'll see that happen again. And so, and also Liam convinces Jonathan to support him in Denmark. And so what you see here, really good defense by Liam. He's gotten a build here and kept EF from really making any significant progress. In the East, you have Jason and Andre taking Bulgaria. So they do continue the assault on RT. But Ben is the only one who suffers here. Jonathan gets position, gets Romania back. And then there's a critical build decision coming up here in the winter of 1902 for Jonathan especially. And unfortunately for Liam, it goes the wrong way. Jonathan builds in Sevastopol instead of St. Petersburg. Jonathan is clearly wanting to focus on the south. And this is a build that will have some strategic ripples. I've just pointed out that it weakens Liam's potential defenses in the north, but it also creates an opportunity for Tommy. And you'll see that that happen next year. And in the south, it makes Jonathan impenetrable to Jason in Austria. And this forces the Austria-Italy alliance to make some hard decisions. And what you see they'll do here in the spring is they don't continue to attack Ben. They could have gone to the Eastern Med here. Instead, Andre pulls into Tyrrhenian Sea, pulls an army back, moves an army west towards France. And I think that this is a gesture of goodwill. You'll see in the, and you see Tommy in the north moving into Norway. You'll see in the fall here of spring of 1903 that Andre moves all of his units west. We can get into the fall here, moves everything west. So clearly there's been some strategic rejiggering of the alliance structure in the East. And Andre and Jason have made what I believe is an offer to Ben to form an AIT, which would be the second one in 2 games in this tournament. Really fascinating change in possible metagame here. And Tommy, having seen that Jonathan is completely committed to the South and that his really only potential for growth here is going to be through the Russian dots, makes that move for St. Petersburg and does it pretty hard. Okay, and then in the builds, so now there's nothing too surprising in the builds here. Jonathan pulls that forward army, realizes that he has to play defense. and Tommy puts down an army, which is really kind of friendly to both Germany and France. France, seeing that Italy has moved west, now has to make some hard decisions himself. Okay, so moving ahead into spring of 1904, the realignment, the strategic realignment that started in 1903 starts to take full effect here. Ben moves his army, it moves his units around in a way that can be useful to the AIT and possibly give him growth, which means turning on his erstwhile ally, Russia. While also in the north, Liam moves his fleets in position to take Sweden. And so what looks like an EG and really kind of possibly a Western triple starts to take shape. And you would expect here Liam or Tommy to take Sweden here. Unfortunately, that's not what happens. Moving ahead into the fall of 1904, for some reason, and this is an enormous sort of strategic moment here, they both support Sweden against the other. That clearly a lack of trust between England and Germany, and it's a devastating moment for them. I don't know if they understood how tight the AIT was forming in the East, but if they had, this is the moment that they had to recognize it and start moving in concert together. This is a wasted turn, and I think some wasted goodwill as well. Meanwhile, JJ guesses correctly against Italy. We saw this with Katie in the last game. Katie guessed correctly against Ed, so it happens here. So France versus Italy, guessing match has gone for France in France's favor. But very curiously here, this is another moment where there is clearly lack of communication between Tommy and Liam, because while Liam in Germany moves into Burgundy, attacks France here, Tommy doesn't. Tommy moves into the Mid-Atlantic, presumably with France's permission, looking for help against Italy. But if E and G were going to attack, if one of them was going to attack France, the other one really ought to be. So I think that E and G did not realize that at this moment they needed to be in bed together. But the AIT working in perfect concert with each other. So let me pause here, and I'll give Karthik a chance to weigh in. We'll give our viewers a little breath here as well. Who do you think has the edge on this board at this moment?
Looking at this board right now, I really like Andrei's position right here. I think that given the dysfunction between Tommy and Liam here, I think that Andrei's in a really good position to take advantage of it. If Tommy and Liam can pull together, I do like Liam's position a lot, but that's a big ask for that to come together right now.
Yeah, so you like Liam's move west then, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right, so moving into 1905, this is the year where Tommy starts to earn that new nickname that I was talking about. First of all, he and Liam finally recognize that they need each other more than they need to be wary of each other, and so they cooperate on Sweden. Interestingly, it's Tommy that takes Sweden here, not Liam. I would think that if I were Liam, I would have been arguing hard for me to be the one to get Sweden. For starters, you could take Denmark and put it further away, but also need an army here. The other thing that happens here, which is huge, is that Tommy joins with Andrei, and apparently with cooperation of Liam as well, against France. So we now have three people working together to take apart France. France cannot last very long in this situation. However, Andrei Gribikov, with the helping hand on one side and the dagger coming out on the other, moves Trieste to Tyrolia in concert with Jason Massbaum in Austria. A clearly anti-German move. So Andrei is double dealing here, helping on one hand with the support from Burgundy to Marseille, but also threatening on the other with the move to Trieste. Meanwhile, Austria and Turkey are working together well against Russia, slowly but surely making progress, trading dots, or each one gets a. I'm sorry. So Austria, Jason gets Romania here. Ben gets Bulgaria. It's Ben's first build since 1901, but clearly Jason's decided that Ben is worth more as a friend than an enemy. What happens here, though? This again, fall of 1905. It's startling what happens here. Tommy Anderson, who has just betrayed his previous ally in France by tapping Gascony, now dots Liam in Holland and refuses an offer of a convoy from Sweden onto the continent in Prussia. This is from what happens next, you'll see that this is very clearly a stab. I think if we were watching this live, we would just be perplexed. But it's very clearly a stab. It leads to fighting between Liam and Tommy. And this is the turn where I thought, okay, Tommy is being a tornado. Tornado Tommy has risen and is whipping up this board and creating a bunch of chaos, which ultimately, as we'll see, benefits the AIT. So we can move forward a little bit here. E and G continue to fight. Tommy and Liam continue to fight while Andre, Jason, and Ben, the AIT, make progress. You can move forward here. The tactics here are not terribly interesting. It's just a lot of back and forth. It looks like Tommy has the advantage for a little bit, ends up getting 3 builds, although I think one of them is a rebuild, while Liam is down and out. But pausing it here, look at the position that the AIT has. And let's move forward to the end of this year, because this is Tommy's high point. Things go downhill after this. Move to the builds here, if you would. And the AT is in particular in the East just made slow and steady progress, and you can see in the charts, in the center chart, Tornado Tommy is a good superhero nickname. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have said in 1906, Tommy also stabs France. Right. Again. So for the second time, he has fought France for really no clear benefit to himself. So Tornado Tommy reaches the high point in 1906. So let's move ahead into the spring of 1908. This is the next time that interesting things start to happen. So AIT has basically been swarming the stalemate line here. And here is where they really push forward. Spring of 1908, we've got 3 Austrian armies moving on to the stalemate line. We've got exactly. So the Tornado Tommy replaced the R in the air with a T, essentially. Fall of 1908. This is the first moment, I think, where the AIT experiences a moment of risk. And I'm going to pause here. I'll let you, Karthik, jump in here. And if you are Ben Kelman, how tempted are you to stab at this moment?
Right now, I think I'm very, very tempted, right? Because if you look at your future growth potential as Ben Kelman, you're never breaking St. Petersburg, right? And if you look at where you get your potential dots from, you look at, oh, I have easy access to Warsaw. Oh, I have easy access to Romania. Hey, maybe I should realign Bulgaria at some point and get it pointed to the Constantinople and then to the Aegean Sea. And you look at all these dots and you're like, wow, this is some very, very good growth potential for me. And I think I'd be very, very motivated to stab here and try to, find my way into the board top, because there's no other real way I can get there. If I could convince Jason and Andre to be like, hey, give me 2 dots here, like that's my cost, then I would absolutely stick with that. But if I couldn't, then I feel like you have to stab.
I mean, I think the path is clear here, right? You support yourself to Warsaw, you take Ukraine to Galicia, so you have a position. You take Romania. I think you can't afford to move Bulgaria now, unfortunately.
No, not yet. But you would move it probably in 1909, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, what I would do, I think the third thing I would do here, or fourth thing, I guess, is move black to Constantinople, because you need to get out and try to secure something in the either Greece. If you get into the Ionian, then you win the
game. Yeah,
100%.
Yep.
Okay, so he does not take this opportunity, as we'll see moving forward here. By the way, note the builds in Austria and also Austria would have been pulling a dot here, or pulling a unit here. Had he made those. But look at the builds here. So one thing that Ben wins by not stabbing here is to keep Andre's builds in pocket. So Andre waves 2 builds. Jason waves the 1, although it's understandable. And Ben has a lot of security moving forward. It's going to be hard to eliminate him. But at this point, this may be his last chance to stab. Mm-hmm. All right, moving ahead here into spring of 1909. Things move fairly steadily here at this point. This move to Romania is certainly not a stab, and I believe we can move ahead into the fall here. Austria, I think, even gains 1. but what's happened here is that Ben is now positioned his units in a way that he really can't stab. So he's got fleets. He's got only one fleet bordering Jason's territories, and it can't get to any of them because it's a fleet. Meanwhile, Jason is pushing forward, getting units further out of position, but also without any threats to his home territories. And if we can move ahead here, all that really happens at this point, we see Liam taking Edinburgh, and which is always fun. Push ahead into 1910. The next interesting thing doesn't quite happen for a while. What's notable here is that Andre keeps moving his units forward. Ben isn't putting his units in position to do anything. Jason is moving further and further toward the center of the board. But Andre, at this point, now has a third fleet through the Straits of Gibraltar. You can move ahead into the fall of 1910. Tommy is doing some clever bouncing here, winning some battles, but ultimately losing the war. Keep going into we have spring of 1911. You keep going. It's just inexorable AIT moving forward. It's really I moving forward with a little bit of A, while T standing still. Move ahead into the fall of 1911. It's just inevitable with all of this firepower that Tommy is going to go down. Andre gets a fifth fleet across through the Straits of Gibraltar. Keep going into 1912. We do have Ben gets a build, but it's at the behest of Jason. Fall of 1912. This is when things suddenly get interesting. We have Tommy almost being eliminated. We have Liam being supported back into Edinburgh by Andre. Andre he convoys an Austrian army from Belgium into Liverpool and takes Belgium from behind. He's got a fleet in the North Sea in Norwegian. And actually, hey, Kevin, if you would put the reveal back on so that we can see the unit position in spring of 1913. So winter 1912, you can show the winter, I think. Andre passes up, waves another build. I think it's his fourth wave of the evening. But let's see the positions in spring of 1913. Okay, so Karthik, you are Andre Gribikov. You have 5 fleets across the Straits of Gibraltar. They're past mid-Atlantic now. And you have an army landed on the British Isle. What do you want to do with this position?
Right. So if I'm Andre, I mean, I'll give him credit right now. I'll point out the fact that this is the first round of a tournament and that he likely doesn't want to play too aggressively here, right? But I think if I'm in this position, I actually try to play as aggressively as I can here and see what I can go for, right? Because if you look at Piedmont and Venice, right, that is a locked position against Austria. There is nothing Austria can ever do against you in that position to break that, stalemate. You have Belgium secured. Burgundy is vulnerable, which is worth pointing out. But that is made up by the fact that Liverpool is takeable. Edinburgh is takeable. You have a lot of very, very big options here if you do want to go for the board top. And I think it is worth going for. But I can understand why Andre likely would not go for it in this position and would likely, if I had to guess, given the position on this board right now, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends at 11-11-1.
I think so. We see some people, we see some of these players commenting in the comments, and Andre points out that the scoring system didn't make sense to stab here unless there was a high solo chance. The question for me is there a high solo chance here?
I think there is. I mean, there's always this old saying, right? When you have an Italian fleet in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, a solo is just basically an inevitability. The saying isn't always true, but I feel like, 90% of the time it tends to be. And I do think, it does take some tactical work. It is hard to do, but I do think a solo is available here, especially given how out of position Ben Cummins' units are. If all Andre needs to do in order to guarantee he never loses a dot in his areas is get 2 builds, put down 2 fleets, and he's good to go, and then secure Burgundy, right? So I think from that perspective, and then given the dots that he has available to him, I think he's in a really good position to solo.
I have to say I do too. I would rate this at a higher than 50%.
I would agree. Yeah.
Higher than 50%. I mean, you don't even now that there's only 2 fleets left and you can eliminate them actually fairly quickly.
Yep.
In the north, 2 enemy fleets in the north. You don't even need 5 fleets up there. You could send one down immediately. You'd have to dance. You'd have to dance in the French centers for a little bit. But I think you if you lose Burgundy, I think you get it back eventually.
Right.
And you get everything in the north. And you already have 4 dots on the south side of the stalemate line. So I understand why he didn't do it. It's the first round of a tournament. You know, he won a tournament last year. He was on the top board of the DBNI. You know, maybe he wants to try to lay low for a little bit. But man, it's hard to look at that and pass it up. So spoiler, he does pass it up. We can zip ahead here, and the AIT do agree to end this at 11-11-11-1, with Liam Stokes being the lucky Pierre. The one that they chose to keep around. Didn't have to be him. They could have chosen Tommy. Tornado Tommy decided not to. And we have lots and lots of units going to Edinburgh this past time.
And I do want to point out one thing. So McCullough talks about how Liverpool, Edinburgh, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, St. Petersburg is only 17. But I will point out, when you do have Belgium and the North Sea, and then the position that you do, sliding the fleets down in order to get Helgoland, Denmark, and what have you, it's very, very easy then, trivial matter almost, I would say, to take either Holland or Kiel to get the 18th. So I do think the solo potential was very, very strongly there.
Yep.
Don't have any intel on this one other than the alliance was strong, and Tornado Tommy joined us in the chat room as well and talked about his one dotting of both France and Germany, and that was not a good idea, in retrospect. But yeah, so the target, like Brandon said, I think the target on Andre being DBNI top board qualifier, Jason winning the last tournament, and Ben, I know that there was commentary in that chat room that Ben had that solo potential, Brandon, right? When you were talking about it, everyone was pushed ahead.
No, but Andre did.
No, the talk in the room at the time was that Turkey, I mean, I think, I'm not going to go back, but 1908, I think Andre was way across and hadn't made all the gains yet. The question would have been, what would have been the turn? Could Ben have pushed fast enough? That was the question. I don't know if it was legit or not.
I heard you pointed that out earlier, but I didn't really see Ben with a good solo shot. I saw him with a good board top opportunity, but not a good solo opportunity.
Yeah, that's something. I saw a good 17, right? But I didn't see where Ben would ever get 18 from. I didn't see Ben ever breaking through Mao, and I didn't see Ben taking Munich or Berlin. I did see a good chance for him to get to 14, 15, 16, maybe 17 though.
Yeah.
I mean, look, once he has St. Petersburg, and then if Norway and Sweden he wasn't going to get if he went for a solo. But once he has St. Petersburg, well, then you can start asking the question. But at that point, it's way too late because Andre was way too powerful to try to overcome and get the rest of the dots in the east. While
exactly
St. Petersburg. So.
And then before Andre became too powerful, there was no way he was ever going to break through St. Petersburg. So there was never that window where he had St. Petersburg and Andre wasn't powerful enough to stop him dead in his tracks.
Right, not even close, even. So
yeah,
exactly.
100%. On the line, on the center count, you can always see the yellow line underneath the other two, and so the chance I think you're pointing out is right here. But even still, Andre is still growing. So I didn't.
Yeah, a chance for a board top. I think if Ben stabs Jason, he most likely tops the board.
Agreed.
But he topped the board, and he basically ended up with a second place score here out of a position that was dire in 1902. Like this is a wonderful diplomatic turnaround on his part, and a really impressive strategic reversal on Andre's part. Andre, it was kind of like the wave maker in this game. The board really shifted with his movement. And it's a credit to him. He put himself in position to have a massive top if he wanted it.
Yeah. I think they played the diplomatic game well in order to get and the scoring system. I think they played the scoring system well, given exactly what the constraints were.
Yeah. So, all right. So, Karthik, before we give you a break right here, so we've seen round one. This is the end of Friday night. We've got a solo topper and Ed, and basically 4 second place finishers with the scores. Are those fair results for the two boards?
I think so. I mean, Ed basically masterfully played the first board diplomatically. And then given the way that Carnage is scored in this system, Katie got I mean, I'm not a firm, but I don't really believe in strong seconds. But given the way that the board, the scoring system is set up, strong seconds are very much a thing. And Katie got a very strong second in her board. And with the 3-way shared top, that's basically another strong second for all 3 players. So I feel like that's a very reasonable, very expected result for all of them.
Yeah. Well, when you think about it, you've got basically those 5 players, and then there were some other okay scores that with all 3 counting, anyone who plays 3 rounds just needs, 2 other good ones. So there's 5 competitors for the title right off the bat. So no complaints. And
keep in mind, Morgante, who didn't have a strong showing in the first round, is only 4,000 points, I think, away from all these second place finishers, right? Or all these shared top finishers right here. So it's really anyone's game.
Yeah, the gap between Ed and Katie was 2,000 points. If Morgante can do that with 2 solo board tops on his own on Saturday's rounds, if he plays, it's there. It's possible. So a good Friday night. We had a good time in the chat room, and it was enjoyable. So this is where we'll leave Friday night. We'll give Karthik a little break here.
See you, Karthik. See you in a bit.
All right, and we'll turn to Saturday morning, and so we're starting out with this board. This has, I think, of all the boards, obviously yet the least experience or the lesser ranking in the DBNI. Although, again, you've got so Michael Lotfi from Boston, Andrew Goff, of course, the world champ in England, Hal Schild, who I think we missed him by a minute or two. He couldn't get in time to play and Friday night, but makes it here. And Hal's had some good games recently, enjoyable games. I was on a board with him at Whipping. Everyone's favorite, John Jameson in Germany, little John Jameson in Italy, JJ Raymond.
Yep. Love the JJs together here. Fantastic.
In the Central, let's see if we can get the Central powers there.
Sure. I think JJ Raymond has made it clear that he was named after John Jameson, I believe.
I think that was in one of Zach's facts, but based on the spelling of Zach's facts, I don't trust anything in Zach's facts.
It's all true. It's 100% verified. We have fact checkers that do that. Take care of that
stuff. We've got just on the last board, Andrei Grubikov in Russia, and then Ronnie. I'm not even a butcher. Ronnie is a speedboat player, and he's played with us in a Weasels game recently, and I think is making his tournament debut. So we've played a lot with him. Good player. So looking forward to seeing it. But sadly,
it's Roni, by the way.
Roni, sorry, Roni.
Let's give a shot at the last name, Mordvinov. Roni Mordvinov.
Mordvinov. All right, I got it. All right. So again, technology does not do well for me here, but I don't think anything is going to do well for this board. I have a theme for this one too, and it's called Lost at Sea. So here, let's see. We get the reveal. Get my right thing because I'm going to do this one. So let's see if we can get it. The orders are in the box. I turn that off. All right. So we're starting out. I think. So we're going to look out, and at first picture, you see Marseille going to Piedmont, Munich going to Tyrolia. I think it's screaming Western Triple. And I confirm that because I went to the chat room in the Carnage Discord, and Andrew Goff had posted some emojis with a dancing E, a keyboard letter F, and a neon glowing G. So there was clearly no hiding it in the game, off the game, and whatever. King Goffy of Britain will get that, and it was not hidden because once we get to the fall, you could see Bothnia to Baltic, Warsaw to Silesia. Everyone knew it. Here's where the Lost at Sea theme kind of comes in. So, of course, in Speedboat, you see some funny orders. I'm going to draw some lines on the board. North Sea actually ordered the convoy as well as the funny order. So maybe there were foggy waters around the North Sea. Maybe he didn't see the English Channel, Mid-Atlantic, Western Med, and all the rest of them were empty, but maybe the site was a little off. So first in the theme of what we're going to see here. So that is about what we got.
But it's also worth pointing out that this makes the Western Triple inefficient, right? Convoy to Norway, Norwegian to Barents is the thing to do there. Anyway,
yeah, for sure. Yes, and again, it fits in with the theme of the game of Lost at Sea, because if they do, because Denmark makes Sweden because of the turn. If he convoys, then even following in behind Denmark is a whole. I mean, you're right there already. You don't have to worry about the fleet here. Yes, that was going to be brought up. It was. We don't call it a wasted order, but it fits in with the theme of the game. So we've got two fleets from France, so no pressure on Germany. Maybe, I doubt it, but Army Liverpool. The rest of the orders, you got some fleets here. Trieste is taken by Italy, so 2 builds: France, Germany, and Italy. And everything else is pretty static. Non-committal Moscow. Does Russia go south? Does Russia try and defend against the north? Not sure there. So Moscow holds. Non-committal. The rest of the southeast, nothing happens. Hold that thought for literally every turn I'm going to say this year in this game. Yeah. So we've got some movement. You're getting into Denmark. Russia does slip into to Berlin. So fleet's movement. North Sea. A successful convoy this time. See, we've got a little movement, and we've got some fleet movement in the southwest. But little movement. Okay, so the highlight. This is how I broke the system last time. Let's see if it works this time. Yeah, I did it. I'm gonna have to quit. So it is not user error. It is system error. So I will at least
that is Brandon making some code adjustments and then not testing all the functionality before deploying it. Error.
All right. So I will get this up because we will do it quick. But as we get into that game, I wanted to show that. So can you maybe explain this? What happened there was the order was from Piedmont to Tuscany. The convoy from Lyon convoyed Piedmont to Tuscany, but it was dislodged by Tuscany supporting, or it would have been dislodged by Tuscany supporting Tyrrhenian into Gulf of Lyon. So maybe it was an unwanted convoy. It was a coastal crawl convoy. What are the rules on that sort of order? Because what Backstabber adjudicated was that Tuscany did not take the convoy. I'm sorry, Piedmont did not take the convoy. It actually just crawled on land and cut the support. Whereas if it actually went via the convoy would have been disrupted and Piedmont would have been dislodged as well.
No, Backstabber adjudicated it correctly. Convoys are not obligatory. Just because a convoy is ordered that matches what a land unit has ordered doesn't mean that the land unit is required to take that convoy. Otherwise, people could write malicious convoy orders to interfere with movements.
So in there, so when you play, I've never done this in Backstabber. I've always just had it. Do you have to actually specify the convoy moving along the coastal, or does Backstabber not even allow it at all?
No, you don't have to specify the convoy, but in cases where the order is, it's a good question actually, because you can imagine. So let's say Tuscany had moved to Piedmont here. In that case, you could argue that the two should switch places. Mm-hmm. Because the army was convoyed. So, that's a case where the rules are might be ambiguous. Maybe somebody in the maybe somebody can.
If it may pop in here really quickly, a lot of web-based adjudication systems handle this very differently. Backstabber is one of the few interfaces that does not allow you to specify the movement of the army via convoy or via land. That specification is going to be very, very useful in such cases.
Yeah.
There's this, so normally, like on Web Diplomacy, Play Diplomacy, and various other websites, you'd be able to specify, hey, this unit is supposed to move via convoy, which case,
on Web Diplomacy, you actually don't write a separate order for the fleet, right? It's tied.
No, so you don't write the order for the fleet, but when you specify, you can say, I do not want this to move by a convoy, right? Which prevents your unit from being sort of abducted, I guess, by a malicious convoy. Yeah. Whereas I think in Backstabber, it's very much up in the air.
The original, I'm pretty certain that the original rules don't require specification of the route for a move order. But this is clearly a case where that's a shortcoming. I think.
I think in the 1985 rule updates, they do describe sort of how to handle the via convoy descriptor, and then especially around the early 2000s, there was sort of a hobby consensus in terms of 3 different ways to handle it. This is definitely not one of them, but
but you're talking about the convoy paradox, and this is not a convoy paradox.
Right. This is not the convoy paradox. I'm talking about why the descriptor is useful, and I mean, it doesn't matter in this case, but I'm talking about in other cases where it would very much matter.
But this is a case where it points out a potential ambiguity. Like I said, if Tuscany had moved to Piedmont here, you could make an argument that the two should.
Right. Which is why I'm saying the descriptor here matters, because otherwise the army could very much be saying, you could say, hey, this was not supposed to be moved, by a convoy or whatever.
Yeah, and I think, and that's why, and thanks for jumping on, Karthik, is I think that's what the order was meant for, is it maybe to jump around if that were the case. Now, Italy obviously didn't do it, and we're left with, the loss. So that's the question. If Italy actually makes it to Lyon here, what kind of advantage might Italy have had going for the rest of the game? We won't know, of course, but we will get on with the game here. So as I mentioned in the spring, Berlin, Russia had taken Berlin only to lose it. John Jameson will also pick up the vacant Denmark, while France picks up the last remaining neutral of Portugal. So we get to the builds, and so we lost one. We lost Piedmont, replaced with the fleet. Picks up maybe an army for potential defense, another army from King Gothy. And then another army put down in fight of this. We lose Romania because we think the East is secure in not making any orders at at all part of this game, and that's just where we're at. So we go to spring 1903, and so the Italians do get Lyon here, and there's a little more bouncing. In the southeast, there's a little movement. Italy and Austria moving up along the line, but not much else. We have a successful convoy here from Baltic, Denmark to Prussia, and we have North Sea trying to convoy the Beatles to Yorkshire, but sadly they took the bus. So no winning convoy here. I can show the orders, but it literally tried to convoy. That's about it there in the fall. Again, nothing. So I'm not talking about it. Italy gets into the Western Med, down in North Africa. Marseille gets into Lyon. It's just another switching of places, and literally nothing else happens. So we've got a rebuild of another PIFT unit here, another theme of the game. And so nothing else on the board. In spring 1904, again, wait. There's some movement, maybe potential. Everything else is, so this one we have a successful convoy, another convoy from North Sea. So I think we've had a convoy every season except for spring of 01, which pretty hard to do. We're getting there, and we don't go anywhere. We have another destroyed fleet from France. We have a little movement into Western Med.
That's hilarious.
So, and guess what? The adjustments are again as we get into this. The only thing I'm excited for as this game moves on is Ionian supported Marseille to Piedmont. Yeah. Is that going to change the thought? Maybe. Nope, just a rebuild of that fleet again. Nothing's changed. We go into spring of 05. North Sea holds. There's a change. No convoys. We don't know. Oh, I should have gone back. Fall of 04, I forgot to point out. North Sea offered a convoy from St. Petersburg to Moscow. Had that in my notes. Forgot to write it down. But yeah, North Sea. Did that. But go spring 05. We got some movement. Silesia. Piffs, Warsaw, we've got some action. We've got Western Med being changed again. We've got Leon changed again. Ionian could walk into Naples. Brandon, all right, at this point of the game, give me something. Give me some prediction. What's going to happen right now?
Oh, God, this is a tough one. Roni is, I think, Roni has the opportunity here to make a move and take some sort of control. And honestly, I don't see a reason for...
No, I'm just going to cut you off. I'm just going to cut you off, K-Mans.
All right, fine. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't even want to hear what you're going to predict because it would not have met the expectations of this game of Lost at Sea. So,
didn't even finish 5 years.
Didn't even finish 5 years. This reminds me of a classic game at my first Carnage. It was like 20 below zero, and we were standing out on the porch an hour after our game ended in spring 1905. Jim O'Kelly had conned us all into giving him a board top with 8 centers, I think it was, after 4 years. And we all agreed because the game was about as much fun as watching this one. So I apologize to everyone on this board for making fun of your game, but I'm glad this was virtual and not face-to-face because I could have gone down and...
It's just curious. There must have been something going on in the sort of culture of the table to bring this one about. But Roni doesn't need Austria, so there's really no reason for Roni not to move on Greece and Serbia here, which you could do. Go to Romania, go to Aegean, and then you can maybe get both. And John's about to take the lead here in Germany. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
And that was, I'm glad that you bring that up because that's what we've talked about. Matt Shields kicks himself for voting for that draw almost 10 years ago now because Matt had potential, Matt had growth, Matt had game, and Matt voted yes. But at that point, we were all having a good time. Maybe the social dynamics of this chat room were fantastic, and everyone just said, let's call it a day.
You're here to play diplomacy, like why'd you get up in the morning and join this if you were going to call it after a couple hours?
Yeah, or Goffey, who may have been going to bed at this time too, so we don't know.
Yeah, but if you're Goffey, you kind of live to play diplomacy. Goff has a ton of play in this game, right? It's actually a perfect setup for Goff because John is about to take the lead. Hal is tied up with JJ. So John's going to look like the one that the early board leader that needs to be stopped, and it's just perfect. It's a perfect setup for Andrew Goff.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I will definitely do some research before the next broadcast to find out about this one because we will need a follow-up story to this.
Or don't.
Well, on that one. So we will say goodbye to this one. I guess the big winners, Hal and John with
just one more thing about this. So under traditional Carnage, John and Hal might actually have fine incentive to call it here. Unfortunately, the margins are so tight. You need every point you can get, but they wouldn't gain a whole lot by continuing the game. However, with this modified Carnage, where you get points for your centers, significant points for the centers, they actually do have incentive to keep the game going. So,
yep. All right. Well, with that one, we will say goodbye to that. And Brandon, we will give you a break, get a drink of water because you'll have a lot more to talk about in the next one. So we will need some reinforcements for coming up. So you've already seen Karthik. As we come back to the stream here, I thought that thing was a little faster. But in order to get a little critique of the current champion, we need to bring on the mass bomb specialist. Every team, every coverage team has their specialist. So I am very pleased to welcome to the stream tonight, Siobhan Nolan. Welcome, Siobhan.
Hello, everyone.
We are rolling along. We are through some games here. We're going to get to the next one. Let's see if I don't goof this up a little. I think this is the one you're doing. So first we got Karthik. So we'll go to that one.
board I was told to do.
No, you're not doing this. This one, yeah. So
There
we're
we go.
giving Karthik the lead off on this one. So we've got so solos in this tournament are worth a ton of points, like 39,462.5, or some number that no one needs to remember, other than it's a lot of points, and it'll win you the tournament basically on your own at this point. So solo specialist, we've got Michalis Kavaridis coming to us here in Austria, Michael Lotby again in England. We've got Hunter Catcher in France, tournament leader coming into round 2, Ed Sullivan in Germany. We've got Liam Stokes in Italy, Ben Kelman in Russia, and Natty Schaefer, making the DBNI as well. So another very strong board with, I think Liam was literally the last one out, I think, in the DBNI last time. So, I mean, we got 5 players who are good, and Michalis is no slouch either. And Michael, I don't know, but apparently he has played with us. So, so with Karthik doing the game, Siobhan, with these names, what do you think?
I will say that Michael Lotby, as unfamiliar as he may be to the DBNI on the whole, used to be a Bay Area player, very strong player.
Oh, nice.
Love him to death, just moved out to the East Coast, I think, last year.
Oh, cool. All right, so then we are well known for everyone on this one. Good. Okay. Well, then
Okay, here we go.
All right. Well, Kevin seems to have disappeared, but I think that's fine, because what we're about to see isn't the Kevin O'Kelly show, but rather it's the Ed Sullivan show. That is going to be the theme for this board right here. So we see from the very beginning that what just happened? All right, there we go. So we see the orders back again. Let's start off in the East Coast, in the East. So we see Natty Schaefer going up with the Weasel opening with the Smirnis Armenia, Ankara Black Sea, Constantinople Bulgaria. We see Russia moving aggressively down, showing a strong southern opening. We see Italy opening relatively standard, and also with Venice to Tyrolia, potentially causing some chaos over there. And then we also see France opening to the English Channel, with the English bouncing them out. If we go to fall 1901, cool. So now that we're in the fall, we see Ed take Holland. We see the French take Belgium and Portugal, leaving Spain unoccupied. What we normally do not see, however, is this bounce right here in Greece, with Apulia being convoyed there, with support from Bulgaria, and then Serbia supporting Albania to Greece, while Tyrolia steps into Trieste. Normally you see this sort of move into Trieste being agreed upon between the Austrians and the Italians. That is very, very obviously not the case here. You would agree with that, right, Siobhan?
Oh, 100%. This is entirely set up to set the Austrian up for just a little snafu, losing Trieste. Couldn't protect both Trieste and get Greece at the same time.
Exactly.
Bad turn all around for Michalis. Sorry.
Yep. Michalis seems to have a target painted on his back, especially with the army being put into Romania. Not the Galician one, but rather the Ukrainian one, which puts Russia in a super strong position to take Budapest in the following turn as well. Unfortunately, that great performance in the last tournament at Whipping, not looking too good for him right now. If we go to 1902, cool. Relatively standard builds. Constantinople. We can skip through the builds. They're relatively normal. We see that Russia managed to dislodge the English out of Norway. We see once again the sea lion, seemingly very popular Carnage, rearing its ugly head once again, as Michael Lotby, famous player from Siobhan's recollection, not looking too good now that he moved to Boston. Should have stayed on the West Coast. And we see that in the East, on the other hand, we see Liam moving to Cherhenian, sending Apulia back to Venice, and supporting Bulgaria into Serbia, creating more and more issues for poor Michalis, while Galicia ends up in Budapest. Just not great, not a great time for Michalis here. Though on the plus side, at least, whatever you can count it as, Serbia is able to retreat to Greece, finally getting that. If we go to the fall of 1902, we see that, unfortunately, he does not get to keep Greece, though, however, as the Ionian Sea winds up in Greece. Cherhenian ends up in Tunis, though unfortunately the Ed Sullivan Show is able to dislodge Liam from Trieste, for now at least. Budapest does walk out of Budapest into Serbia, which allows Trieste to walk into Budapest, which makes it not all bad for the anti-Austrian alliance and leaves Austria, unfortunately, on one after 1902. In the west, we see Norway get captured by the Russians. We see the North Sea fall to the Germans, and we see the Irish be taken by the French, setting up a very quick death for the English as well. Unfortunately, both the English and the Austrians not meant for long for this world. Winter 1902, we see builds for the Russians in Warsaw and Sevastopol, signaling potential issues for the Turkish, or potentially also just strong position on the Austrians. We see another French build of a fleet, signaling once again very, very tough times for the English. If we go back to keep on going into the spring of 1903, we see the pivot up position with the Belgium dropping down to Burgundy, Spain going to Gascony, Brest going to Mau, and the failed convoy, unfortunately, into Wales. Would have been very cool if it worked. But in the east, we see the realignment of the fleets, with Tunis going to the Ionian, Naples going to Apulia, and as mentioned previously, Ben Kalman sends Sevastopol down to Armenia, creating issues for Nadi. But Nadi does a nice little shuffle, getting Smyrna out of the uncomfortable position in Smyrna, putting in Constantinople, which is very useful because of the fact it allows it to support either Ankara or Smyrna, which allows a little bit of defense to be made. Not for long, though, given the tough position here. And if we go to the fall of 1903, we see Ed Sullivan managed to take Vienna from the Austrians, while Italy takes Trieste back, basically ending the Michaelis expedition here, despite his fantastic run at the previous tournament. On the other hand, in the north, we look at the successful convoy finally, with support from the North Sea, Picardy to London, which is the first of 3 English interests we lost over the next couple of years. If we go to the next year, we will see, can we skip the bill? It's very straightforward. If we look at spring 1904, we see a little bit of distrust between the Germans and the Russians as Ed starts to make a move on Russia, knowing that he has France's support in take care of whatever he needs to in England. He has Vienna move on Galicia as well, making it a very, very multi-pronged attack on the Russians, which should put Ben Kalman on the back foot. We see a nice little clever convoy by which I want to bring attention to, by Ben Kalman here, where he convoys Armenia to Constantinople, and while I thought that was what the order was. No, Smyrna goes to Constantinople, right? Smyrna goes to Constantinople, Constantinople goes to Ankara, Bulgaria goes to Aegean, and we have a nice little realignment here. In the meantime, Galicia's forced to retreat to Ukraine, and we see the convoy of Menace to Albania. If we go to the fall of 1904, we see Sweden dislodged while North Sea taps Norway, forcing Ben Kalman to lose center there. We see the North Sea being dislodged into Edinburgh, an unfortunate move that works out very, very well for him. Oops, have to go there, I guess. While Liverpool gets dislodged by the fleet in the Irish Sea, which should spell the end for English as well, unfortunately. If we go forward to 1905, what is the obvious alliance structure becomes all too painfully obvious for both Ben and Natty, as we see this, what I like to call the GIF alliance, the GIF, the German, Italian, French alliance, very rarely seen, just keeps on rolling. This is just pure tactics, very, very straightforward, not particularly important, but they take Bulgaria, they move into Prussia, they take Norway with a very cute convoy from Belgium to Norway with support from Sweden. We can keep going. To fall 1905, we see quick rolling through to St. Petersburg and Barents. We see another convoy from Yorkshire to Norway. I love these beautiful convoys. Convoys are something just near and dear to my heart, so I love to see it. We see dislodging of Bulgaria, which is only a temporary setback. If we go to the next year, in spring of 1906. We see just the onslaught of the GIF alliance continue as the Aegean slides into Bulgaria. And as Kevin O'Kelly says, GIF or GIF, it's pronounced exactly as I say it. It's definitely pronounced GIF, not GIF. Very, very, very important. Very, very important. And yes, it's an alliance only Ed Sullivan could pull off. That's why I said it is indeed the Ed Sullivan Show. And just like the creator of the GIF format said, choosy mothers choose GIF peanut butter, choosy developers choose the GIF format for showing pictures, and choosy Ed Sullivans choose the GIF Alliance to win them the board game. If we keep going here, we see Romania fall, we see Bulgaria fall, we see position on Livonia, which is set up the fall of Moscow on the next turn. If we go to the fall of 1906, we do see Moscow fall, we see Sebastopol fall, we see Constantinople fall. It's just an unstoppable onslaught of just a very, very meticulous, rapid, well-organized alliance by Ed Sullivan. And if we go to the next year, we see exactly in very, very short time, we see an 11 next year. We can just fast forward pretty much the end of the game. This is just pure tactics that we see here. And we see Ed Sullivan masterfully organize an 11-11-1 draw. You go to the next turn. Yeah. Very, very quick, very, very rapid, just no mercy. Beautifully done. 11-11-1. 11-11-11-1. Sorry.
Yeah, don't leave out Hunter and or Liam. I'm not sure. All you did was talk about Ed. Siobhan, based on the tactics you saw, does Liam or does Hunter deserve any of the credit, or is it just the Ed Sullivan Show?
I mean, everyone in an alliance that winds up in an 11-11-11 deserves credit for what is done. But if you look early on in this game, you watch Ed moving in directions elsewhere than the alliance very early on that show that he's got some sort of control and plan before I think Hunter and Liam really knew what the direction was going to be. So I do believe that Ed had a hand in it all the way from the beginning. I will take issue with one thing Karthik said here. It is not GIF. It's just not. And you say choosy mothers choose GIF, but I am a mother and I'm very choosy and I choose GIF. So thank you. But overall,
I will finish on the format. In the format itself, the pronunciation is specified as GIF. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I do not accept that. We can debate that another time. Other than that, your analysis was spot on. I mean, I think that the choices were made very early. Michael Lotfi, as long as I've known him and played with him, just didn't stand a chance. They decided that he was out of this game. The same with Michalis, and F's in chat, as the kids say these days, to that. It's sad when it happens, and but this GIF alliance was fantastic all the way to the end, and I have to ask though, was there more play here for anyone in this alliance?
I'm sure there was, but given the fact that this is the second round of this tournament and the way Carnage just scored, I think people were very reticent to employ some sort of dynamic play, and we're very, very happy to take this sort of shared board top 11-11-1 just based on how the game is scored. So it made sense for me. But I think one of the highlights of the game was just watching Ed just how his tendrils move all around the board. We saw quick moves into Vienna, moves into the sea line. All of his units were doing very, very interesting things simultaneously that just show how much a puppeteering he was doing, how well he thought out this alliance structure.
Mm-hmm. I 100% agree with that, because there were just some early moves in 03 or 04 that I was oh, you're there. Okay.
Exactly. 100%, exactly.
Well, that worked out well. It gives us three more scores of 11,500. So, and I know Ed had another big score before, but I think Liam was near 0, and Hunter I know was at 0 or 1,000 or whatever you get for being the first eliminated. So this is going to do better than the board we just saw, and get some scores up as we get into the last game of the early rounds for today. So we've got this one here. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna transition out. Karthik will give you one last break before we get to the night rounds, and I'm not gonna do that little streamy thing because it takes like 30 seconds to get through that. So I'm just gonna go straight to the player list on the next one. So welcome back, Brandon.
Hey guys.
Hello.
So this one, we've got the most unknown from DBNI perspective, but not from a viewer perspective. I think Mike Galato from Connecticut might be the only one who's never been broadcast before.
He's first time player, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Hunter said he had played with him in a local Connecticut game in the area. So not unknown to diplomacy, but unknown to us. So welcome, Mike. In England, we have Subby Ahuja, another new weasel. So welcome, Subby. We've got Evan Sweetheart, who I brutally stabbed, I think, 3 times at whipping. So glad I'm not on the board with you today, Evan. He's in France. Katie Gray, aforementioned from round 1 in Germany. The Mass Bomb, which is, again, why we have Siobhan here tonight to give critique to anything Brandon says about him, good or bad, hopefully bad, in Italy. First round for Saren Kwok. Saren had a fantastic game in the most recent VDL. Saren is in Russia. And another Brit, Chris Wardy, in Turkey. So let's see if the folks across the pond in their mid-afternoon can maybe make the juggernaut work. So so Brandon's going to run this one, Siobhan, not knowing Mike. What do you think about the board? Let's focus on the East, because the rest of the East, other than Mike, is going to be a fun matchup.
I mean, I think this board is just stacked all around, honestly. It's, aside from Mike, who obviously I don't know, and perhaps is also a fantastic player, I have yet to find out. I'm just really excited to see how this turns out. And thank you for saying the East particularly, because that leaves out me having to talk about Italy, because that could go either way. So I'm just going to put Italy in the West and let Brandon talk about that.
There you go. Way to deflect on that one. All right, so let's go to the map. And again, I still can't figure out how to reveal, but we're not going to do any revealing here other than me getting off the screen. So good luck.
Kevin, there's a button on the control panel that you can switch between modes, whether reveal happens or not. But we don't need reveal when we're doing the recap format. So this game is interesting. If I had to pick a theme for this, it would be something on the order of keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Things start out relatively tame. The 2 things of note here are Evan Sweetheart's aggressive anti-English opening, seemingly anti-English opening in the West, and Chris Wardy's opening in the East, which is, both anti-Italy and anti-Russian and pro-Italy and pro-Russian. We've got the move to Constantinople and to Armenia. Whenever this happens, you immediately wonder, is this going to be a SevCon shuffle? And the answer is, as we move into fall of 1901, yes, we are having a SevCon shuffle. Black goes to Khan, Armenia goes to Sev. This is almost certainly prearranged among the 2 of them. We have Ukraine getting supported into Romania just in case Serbia gets ideas. The other question we could have asked was, is there a C line, which we have seen earlier tonight? And the answer is no, there is not. Evan, with sort of a plethora of options here, opts to do one of the more unconventional things. I think most Frances in this case would either convoy to Wales or to London here, take a chance and try to get that army or support themselves into Belgium. That would actually be probably even more common. But Evan here, confident that doesn't need the support into Belgium, moves English to Irish Sea to try to get some more position. Moving forward into the... and also we should note that Saren gets Sweden. So this was a really sort of nice diplomatic first year for Saren. Rewards Katie with a fleet in the north coast of St. Petersburg, and that's kind of the only interesting build here, apart from Evan Sweetheart dropping 2 fleets here. So no army, saying very much, Katie, I'm on board with you. Let's go take out Sabi together. Moving into 1902, we find that the spring doesn't offer too many surprises. Saren and Sabi seem to be doing a dance here together, trading Norway and Sweden, but getting themselves in position to take Denmark off of Katie if they want, or take a shot at it anyway. In the south, things seem to well, actually, so in the south, it's unclear exactly what's happening with Sevastopol being supported into Romania from Bulgaria. But this, with Moscow coming down to Sevastopol, could be viewed just as an exchanging of supply centers and getting units into sort of a more sensible border situation. Certainly, we have Constantinople supporting Aegean. But then in the fall, we have what looks to me like Saren stabbing Chris Wardy here. Takes Romania back, popping the Turkish army, and also moves from Constantinople into Ankara. Can't imagine that Chris was okay with this. Saren also supports Sabi into Denmark, which constitutes another stab, because presumably Saren and Katie were doing well in fall of 1901, but not so much. Saren, for her part, does vacate Norway here, and Sabi moves there, which is interesting. To actually move there, you'd think, you're either going to lose it or it's better to have that fleet in North Sea. Moving in and elsewhere, Evan idles a little bit here, doesn't move Brest to the English Channel, was bounced in the spring, but this is a mistake. This is simply a tactical mistake. There's really no good reason not to move Brest to the English Channel, but does the self bounce, gets Portugal, gives Belgium over, so isn't going to get a build here. But Katie's going to get a much needed build. So moving on into the winter, we see no big surprises here, except maybe Saren putting down another northern fleet, which, if England was her principal ally in the north, wouldn't be the thing you would want to see. So Saren is really dancing here, I think. This is now, I think, the third potential ally that she's possibly moving against. So moving into 1903, what we see is that there just seems to be a lot of confusion in the north. Sabi is moving to take back Sweden and Norway. Katie is moving into position to get Sweden. And it looks like Sabi is still fighting Evan, but also not necessarily confronting him directly. And in the south, we have Jason Massbaum making a move. Jason had convoyed that army into Albania, but now has followed that up with a full strategic reversal, taking Serbia, taking Greece, and Saren, as we will see in the fall, is fully on board with this. So fall of 1903, Saren has shown that the ally of choice, perhaps all along, was Jason Massbaum, and that the dalliances with all three of her other neighbors were merely a prelude. Chris does the best he can to stay alive, takes the support from Saren back into Bulgaria. It looks like Mac Galato, thank you for playing, is the odd person out. Meanwhile, Evan tries to convoy into London. I guess that was a cheeky, but the self-bounce there, could have, had Irish Sea supported London to Wales and the convoy gone through, that would have been especially cheeky. But Katie gets Sweden, Saren gets Norway and Bulgaria, and Budapest, I should say. So it goes up another 2, as we see in winter of 1903. Jason also goes up 2. Katie here puts down a fleet, which says that it is war. It is full-scale war against Saren. So moving ahead into 1904, we see how that war progresses, which is towards a stalemate between Katie and Saren. Certainly nothing happens here that gives either the edge up, but the wintergreen is ascendant here. They take out the rest of the Austrian forces and they start moving in on the Turkish forces. Chris Wardy disbands the Aegean Sea, which is dislodged here, rather than retreat to Smyrna. He's just saying, all right, guys, you did it. Don't need me. I'm getting a drink at the bar. All right, moving on into fall of 1904. This game progresses at a pretty sort of standard way here. I think Saren gives Smyrna to Jason, recognizes that she is 2 ahead and is picking up Vienna here. So this will, after this turn, leave Jason just 1 behind her at 10 to 8. 10 to 9, rather, sorry. The advantage that Saren has here is that Evan has committed fully to the south. So Jason doesn't really have a whole lot of growth opportunity here, but neither does Saren, at least in the north, given that Katie is allied against her and has the unit spread out pretty well. So a question for you, Siobhan, just here. Like, what would you do here if you were Saren and Jason? So
If I were both all at once, well, I would win the board.
Well,
no, I'm kidding.
Take each one in turn. So if you're Saren, how do you proceed from here?
I mean, so we've got a little bit of a lock in the north with Katie for Saren, which is just some northern builds. Not work with Jason? No, I'm kidding. It's just my standard answer.
Well, but it's gotten her to the board top, right? At this point, she's leading the board.
At this point, but does she keep it is the question. I mean, I see Jason has some questions in the med, but doesn't he have a better long-term position here?
Well, he can stab her, and she has a harder time stabbing him.
Exactly. And so, I see in the comments, and maybe I don't disagree, Tim, it's if I were Saren, I would draw right here. And if I can convince Jason to take it, all the better for me.
And if you were Jason, as hard as that may be, as uncomfortable physically as that probably is for you, I'm going to ask the question, Siobhan.
I admitted on air last time I was on the DBN that Jason and I are actually friends. I said it. The words came out of my mouth. They're in public record. I would not take this draw if I were Jason.
Would you stab?
Oh, well, Jason's stabby. He will.
But would you? Do you think it's the right thing to do?
I mean, I've honestly not been following previous round scores, so I don't know where they both stand coming into this round, so I don't know what they need.
But just based on the board, this individual board mechanic.
Yes.
you would just do what you can to hold off France and see how much progress you can make in those Russian centers. All right. Let's move ahead here into 1905. Right, Jason took that 17-17, which got him a tournament championship. What we have here is
my tournament. I remember
no stab. Jason does both push the French out, who also chooses to retreat, probably in order to get a better defensive position. And Saren doesn't move that fleet in Conaway, which is interesting. But Saren does gain a little bit of position against the German, moving into the fall of 1905. And does not. So Saren now suddenly had the stab opportunity here, right? Like could slip into Bulgaria here or take Smyrna. And then also move armies into position, although still had the array of 4 armies lined up against her. So Evan is getting into defensive position here. Sabi gets to deploy some units finally that had to feel good, just moving into the English Channel and getting the units off your back, which had been there from the beginning. Also manages to hold on to North Sea here, which certainly wasn't guaranteed. Moving into the spring of 1906. So Evan gets the rebuild from the army that was piffed. And here in the spring of 1906, we get a big movement on Saren's part. So Saren has moved fully into position to stab, has gotten some compliance from Katie to give her the space to do it. And in the fall of 1906, this yields a draw vote. Interesting. Would you want this draw at this point if you're Saren?
Okay. On the one hand, given this scoring system, yes, it's a board top. That's great. You're not sharing it with anyone. Fantastic. On the other hand, why move into this position if you're not wanting to continue to build pressure against what has been your game-long ally? I mean, I understand a wintergreen leaves a minty fresh taste in your mouth and you want to keep that fresh taste, but sometimes.
Well, it does. If Jason was hesitant about taking a draw, still thinking that he had a chance, this would definitely encourage him. I mean, we're having a little bit of a hard time, I think, adjusting to the scoring system because it's not pure Carnage, right? There's a center count. You get a certain number of points for each center. It's actually a fairly large number of points. I mean, it's almost like the center count portion may actually dominate may overwhelm the rank-based portion a bit. You'd have to do some analysis some numerical analysis to kind of figure that out. But there are a lot of points to be gained here for Saren if she were to continue to press this. The problem is she would risk Katie's units coming after her. There's nothing to say that Katie will continue to play nice, but it was a risk. Saren got into position because Katie offered to play nice or convinced, or Saren convinced her to, and then she held to it.
Yeah, and it's, on the other hand, it also just could have been hey, I'm here at the board top, and I'm going to force you to take this draw if you have been resisting this up until this point. So, well done, Saren, if that's the case.
Yeah,
good.
I'm going
to say we're still figuring out what's a good score here, but we know what a big board top is, right? And 10 is not a big board top. 10 is actually relatively small. It's on the small medium side of the board top, so.
But it is the second largest score. So Ed's 13,000, I think, was the largest, and then I think this comes in at second. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As of now. So, and we don't know if Saren played the last round either. So it was. I think Siobhan asked this in the commentary. Saren did not play in round one. It would be an overnight round for Saren. Although Saren did play the late game in VDL and had a top board there too. So overnight might be the preferred time.
Yeah, and I see people in the comments. It looks like Morgante is saying, "What do you have to lose?" If you're Saren, actually, I don't really know what you have to lose by keeping this game going. In fact, and you've got now 3 fleets in the water in the north. The downside to that is that Katie and Sabi together have 5 fleets. So I don't know. This is the kind of board I think where top players would like to keep it going just to see if they could solo, just keep the heat on, keep the ladle in the pot, stir it a little bit and see how far you can get.
Do you have a different vibe if it is round 3 versus round 2? Absolutely.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
If a solo is what you need, then why not go for it? But Saren's evolving as a player, right? She may not be that cutthroat yet. She may be fine with a single board top, knowing that she's unlikely to win the tournament. May just be happy sort of banking this for the kind of the credit that she's building with herself as a player.
Yeah. Well, still a great result, and again, second best individual score. But speaking of scores, so this ends round 2. This ends the morning rounds for today. And at that time, here's what we've got. So Saren gets her result for 8th place, just with 1. Everyone above her has played at least 2 rounds on there. So 500 points per center more, and 2 more centers. She's in the top 7 with just 1. Now, again, not sure playing tonight, but we've got Ed and Jason, both with, I think, both board tops either shared for both, and Jason finished second, but not a bad second score, because I think he had 11,000 last game and has another 11,000 this game. So good scores, and Katie right behind. So any thoughts on the leaderboard going into the final round?
I'll let you go first, Siobhan.
I mean, I think these are names that we're well and familiar with at this point. A lot of them players who played at my tournament whipping just recently. I'm really excited to see what's coming out of round 3. I have no idea who played in this round, so let's go.
It's kind of cool to see, Ed and Jason going for their second tournament win in a year, right? I mean, this would be 2 in a row for Jason if he got it, which would, this question we had at the top of the broadcast about how Jason's board image was going to be affected. So far, he's not being considered a shark, right? Like, he's not being treated as if he's the most dangerous, substance on earth. But if he won 2 tournaments in a row, maybe that would change.
I'm too nice when I talk about him, I think, and nobody actually listens to me. Apparently, I need to
Yeah.
get more aggressive in my messaging.
Yeah, Siobhan, you need to pick it up. So it's your fault, Siobhan, basically, is what you just said.
Yes.
So what we're going to do here as I flip over into the final round is I would like to talk about our upcoming events. We've got, oops, I need to go into full present mode here so you guys don't see my screen. This is the next tournament. Let's get excited. Who can speak best about his? Who's been to DixieCon? I have.
I haven't. Put me down. Put me down on the screen here. You guys talk about it.
I've only been the one time when they hosted Worlds in 2014. It was a fantastic event. It's worth it going just for the barbecue alone when it's in person. David Hood hosts it's the longest running in-person tournament in the country, as far as I know. And if you can get to any tournament in the country when we get back into face-to-face, come to Whipping first, then go to DixieCon second. And thank you. That's the end of my speech.
Yeah, I went. It was my first travel tournament. I was stabbed on the flight there with Jim O'Kelly giving me a roommate who smells like the initials of Gascony, and it was a wonderful and enjoyable dorm room experience. So hopefully, if you make it to for your first event to DixieCon, you will not be stabbed like I was there. But my first board, I was eliminated spring 1903.
Sorry, DBN. Come for the diplomacy, stay for the fart jokes.
Yes. First board there. I was on a board with Brian Ecton and Buffalo, and I was Turkey, and I was piffed out of every unit in spring 1903. So yes, memorable nonetheless, but fantastic trip. The barbecue on Saturday. I think we played pickup basketball on Friday beforehand. The extra gaming was good. I did not participate in the Ironman, but there were as many players in those competitions as in the diplomacy, and had a great time. And sadly, I got married on that weekend the next year, and so it's hard to get back on Memorial Day.
It was a dark day. It was a dark day.
Yeah. So the timing, the timing of the weekend does never fall right. So I couldn't convince. Yeah, couldn't convince.
Do you have a feeling that this segment may get edited out at a later date?
Nope. No, we're gonna keep this here. So, all right. So since we've got you on, and I can, I will unshare this as we've gotten through it. All right. So we're going into the final board. We've got 3 players with 20,000 points or more. We've got live games.
Wait, don't you have more events to tell us about though?
No, that's it.
Okay.
We'll get there as we go through. I got some more screen changing I got to do.
You gotta keep them waiting.
Yeah,
right.
Keep them waiting. So, all right.
Stay tuned, folks.
Yeah, stay tuned. This is not more. If I can make more bad fart jokes and bad wedding jokes, we've got more coming. Thankfully, we started late tonight, so hopefully everyone.
The East Coast crew is having so much fun right now.
Oh my god. Yeah. All right. So yeah, Kevin, your next task is to combine a fart and marriage joke.
Yeah, well, let's. Oh God, do we have any divorce lawyers in there? I'd be in trouble. All right.
Right?
Yeah. So we've got all right. Stabs. There. Speaking of stabs and getting out. So here's
Ed Sullivan is a divorce lawyer, isn't he?
Is he put it in there? I thought he.
All right, let's move on.
Someone will get there. All right. So all right. We've got 2 live games. We had 2 boards. We've got 3 players, realistically 3 players fighting for the title at this point. 2 of them are on this board. We've got the aforementioned Katie Gray. We've got Hal Schild, who had a shared board top in round 2 as well. Jason Massbaum, again, another contender in France. Hunter Ketcher playing his 3rd round in Germany. Alex Nagel helped fill out this round. So we've got Alex in Italy. I do not know Alex, but I think Alex played in VDL last weekend, which is how I think we got the McKinney location. I think I remember that. Little John Jameson in Russia, and Liam Stokes in Turkey. So again, another fine board of players. So you know where you are in the standings. We've got Jason in France and Katie in Austria, so on separate sides of the board. How do you play this, Siobhan? If you're going in one versus the other, do you have to get your comfort in? Do you not worry about who's on the other side of the board?
I mean, I think we've got a lot of interesting play here all across the board. It's on the one hand, yeah, don't worry about who's on the other side of the board and play the board as any game of diplomacy as you can. Katie here coming in third in Austria is in a precarious position though. I mean, it's long been said, I love playing Austria. It's my favorite position to play on the board, but not when I'm high up in the rankings in the last round of a tournament.
Yep.
That's never a good place to be. I think Jason's got to be feeling a lot better in France here or Liam in Turkey.
Brandon, if you're on this board, you know you've got two players contending, and there's, again, some other scores on there. How do you pick out a solo if you're one of the other five? Do you target the leaders? Do you organize others against the leaders? How do you make a play for the win here?
It's about balance. You want to keep things teetering on the edge as long as possible. So you want, especially if you are in the West, say if you are Hal Schild and you've got the second and third place players, you want to make sure that they fight each other. And you'll have your choice. And you don't need to stick with one. You can kind of go back and forth and play both sides. That would be one possible strategy there.
Yeah.
I look at JJ Raymond's position here. JJ is now a sort of known commodity. Has played with all the people that he's surrounded with, and is bordering a bunch of the people who are in contention. Put Hunter and Hal. We've got 5 players in the top 10, 6 in the top 11 of this tournament. That's great. But JJ, if you can get a good relationship going here with Liam and pick one of England and Germany to work with, it wouldn't surprise me to see JJ jump out of the gates here.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to it. So what we're going to do is we got the night games. I know at least one has ended. I'm not sure about both. So we'll go through the beginning of the years. We'll find a nice stopping point, and then we'll bring in Karthik and skip out Brandon so we can get back to the Ed Sullivan show for the leader going into the final round. So. All right. And with that, good. We got orders in the box. I didn't goof this one up. So
I'm just going to put a vote in for Alex Noggle, who I've never seen before. Welcome into the Shark board, and I hope you do so well.
Well, all right. And with that, I hit the right button. Who do I have on the controls? I got Siobhan. I want you with the. Yeah, you're in the West. We got you with the mass bomb. So let's do Siobhan in the West and Brandon in the East.
Okay, well, I mean, to start with in the West, Hal and Hunter are sort of unsurprising here. These are very basic moves. You see them all the time. Jason, the little weasel that he is, I should ship him off to Chicago for you guys, sneaks into the channel, but doesn't follow it up with a move to Picardy. It's just like, oh, hey, I'm here. I'm a little bother on your side, little flea, which tells me probably that he just wants play on Belgium or say in who gets Belgium, which is one way of doing it while also annoying the English player. The Italian, which could be West or East, I'll actually leave to Brandon because it's more easterly.
Would you say that Jason is like a bed bug, kind of under the radar, but then sort of gets you in a way that
just there? It's like just one bed bug, not an infestation of bed bugs. Just one.
Just one, and it causes a rash that takes a little while to set in, and you have to go to the doctor.
And it's tiny, and you're not sure if you just scratched yourself or if actually something is wrong. That's a perfect analogy.
Yeah, until a week later when it's spread, and you definitely have to. Okay, so in the East, it's a little bit snoozy, but we do have 2 interesting things. One is now that I can't see. All right, good one. Divorce lawyer Ed Sullivan looking for clients. If you're unhappy with your marriage and your last name is O'Kelly, give Ed Sullivan a call. That's what he wants us to think. Ed is a master of disguise. I think we've seen that repeatedly now. Liam Stokes moves Smyrna to Ankara. Karthik pointed out that this opening has become more popular on the tour, and we see it again here. We also see Alex Noggle with the unusual Rome to Naples, likely signaling a convoy to Tunis, but not necessarily. still a possibility here for Venice to go to Trieste and that Ionian fleet to go to Aegean if they want. Otherwise, it's relatively standard.
All right, we get there. We'll get into the fall, and let's stay in the east because I want to see the convoy happen, which it does.
It does. The convoy to Tunis happens. Venice does not go to Trieste, though, which Katie is likely happy about, but instead goes to Tyrolia, where it can perform lots of mischief. Liam moves Smyrna to Syria, presumably to open that up for a fleet build. But Syria is a fun place to be, right? I think. I mean,
that's the Goffy defense, right? Hey, you want a convoy over? Bring it on.
Indeed. Over to you, Siobhan, in the West.
Meanwhile, in the West, Jason, Maspon, and Hunter Ketcher, who've played together many, many times over the years in the face-to-face circuit and the virtual circuit, have decided to get all cute. And Jason is supporting Hunter into the North Sea, and Hal is doing what Hal can, but Germany's getting 2 from Holland and Belgium and foregoing Denmark for the time being, which is unique and rare. I don't see it very often. So we'll see what we do with those 2 and where that interesting sea lion goes from here on out.
So advantage JJ, is this the JJ opening, Brandon, you're looking for?
I do like it. Getting Sweden without having to deal with a Turkish threat is really nice. Be interesting to see what JJ does with it. I probably would expect to see 2 armies here. JJ taking the cautious, flexible approach in the north, but it would be cool to see a fleet which commits in one way or the other.
Yep. All right. So we won't do too many predictions on builds, but Siobhan, what do you think Massbomb's going to build?
I mean, to spite me, he'll wave one, but I mean, an army and a fleet.
Army and a fleet. All right. 2 fleet.
Oh,
2 fleet.
Wrong on all fronts.
2 fleet, Tommy, and North Coast St. Petersburg. So you got your everything else, and like you said, clearing out for the fleet. All right. So let's not waste any time. Here is Spring 02. All black in the West. So Siobhan, let's start in the West.
All black in the West as the German convoys over to Eddie. The English cycle around to protect what they think they can. I'm unclear what did Yorkshire order?
Great question.
Supported Norway to north.
Okay, supported Norway to north, which, I mean, hard to believe that they thought that would work, but as Jason shifts some units around so that he can protect everything and get his units in position to swing the fleets up, likely to take London and Liverpool.
Brandon, what about the East?
The East is fun, I have to say. This is just overall, this is a really dynamic moment. The East has an AIR. It's a very clear AIR right now, spring of 1902, getting the jump, moving fast, already have 3 armies onto the stalemate line. Italy was already there. Austria and Russia both move one there. JJ moves into the Black Sea, supports Serbia into Bulgaria, and Austria and Italy collaborate to prevent anyone from getting into the Aegean. Liam clearly had some inkling that this might be happening as the move from Syria to Armenia likely suggests, although we could be arguing that it's making its way to go do something useful. But at this point, Liam knows where he stands with JJ, and it's not in a good place.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, JJ advances in Norway.
Yeah, and then Norway was trying to move too, so it made it easier. Not that it could have defended anyway, but there's progress. All right, so into the fall.
The stick in the east?
Yeah, stick in the east.
All right. Well, we have a successful convoy from Sevastopol into Ankara. Is that with support from Khan? What does Khan do?
I think Khan is supporting Armenia to Bulgaria. I wonder if Liam got snookered. I wonder if Liam got armed to bull. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, because you can see the
yeah,
circles right here. So yeah, I think he got snookered.
I was looking at the other circle.
Yeah, this is the convoy down, and yeah, just walked right into Aang.
Well done, JJ. Just really, really well done. That is great diplomacy there. To convince Liam that you were going to do that and then not follow through. You now have commanding position in the South, to such commanding position that honestly, Alex and Katie should be concerned about it. Otherwise, the only other thing is Alex getting a fleet into the Aegean. A little conservative there. I think I would have liked to have seen Katie and Alex both move fleets, but maybe Katie was just wasn't into that. I'll leave the rest to Siobhan.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Alex in the middle of the board, he gets double support into Munich from both Austria and Russia, which, sorry, Hunter, that's a bad rep. And Jason has got to be salivating at the idea of his ally, who is still friendly with him, I would imagine at this point, taking a little bit of a hit, not getting to build because Hunter still taking Liverpool, even though he got booted out of Eddie, which he had to suspect was coming. Elsewhere, it's a whole lot of support and not much in the Northwest. Jason readjusts some armies. Love the convoy from Portugal to Gascony. Gonna say takes 1 turn instead of 2 to get it over there. So
is that so? Am I really reading this right? So Edinburgh is moving to Holland with support from North Sea. So this may be a case where Hunter claims that it was a misorder and he meant to do the convoy, but the retreat to Liverpool says otherwise.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, but I have misclicked on Backstabber and other web interfaces enough times that convoy and support are very close to each other. So maybe Hunter's being honest for once.
But even so, disbanding would be the right call here. I mean, Hunter is up 2, down 1, and so he's going to be building 1. And if he had disbanded the unit, he would be building 1 anyway. So now he just screwed Hal and has a unit that's going to disappear next year anyway.
So Hal's got to pull 2 though. So maybe not all is dead, and Hunter gets the build out of it, even though loses Munich.
Hunter built 1 here.
He didn't have Denmark last year.
Oh,
walked
right.
out.
I missed that.
Yeah, I forgot about that too until the +1 came up. So gets to build in Kiel. Russia build another 2. I mean, that's a nice start. And then poor Liam. So let's just see what.
Looking for another fleet here from JJ in the north. I think Army fleet, Army Sev fleet. Could do Army Warsaw if he thinks that making progress there, but I would rather see a fleet here from JJ.
All right, so you say fleet North Coast and Army where? You got to make a pick.
Let's see, probably Army Warsaw. May think
Warsaw.
that, but I would rather put it in Sevastopol personally. But it's a diplomatic tightrope that he has to walk now with AI.
Yeah,
but as far as the fleet, you can make an argument here for fleet South Coast St. Petersburg.
All right, so fleet St. Petersburg, undetermined coast. We see both sides, and everyone else is pretty standard. Oops, wrong button. And South Coast, there you go, and you got your Army Sev. So nice. 2 for 2. You got made up for the bad prediction in Winter 01. So we'll get you there. Hal pulls Army London. Usually you keep around an army, but maybe 2 fleets gives you a little more play, so you keep the fleets.
It's a little more fun. Depends on who you want to annoy. Double fleets can be irritating.
Yeah. All right. So, So JJ is up to 8 at the start. Is that Icarus style where you're getting out to almost too fast of a start, or given the board dynamics, are you okay where he's at, Brandon?
I am okay. I think. I think that Austria and Italy, especially with that Army Trieste build, if the army had been in Budapest, I might be a little bit more concerned. But that could change fairly quickly. That's tough. The thing about Katie is that she has not shown a killer instinct in the games that we watched so far. So now would be a nice time to show one, right? And now would be the time to do it, I think.
Yeah, and Siobhan, I think you said Jason was salivating when the pressure was getting on to Germany. Still at 5, still kind of just hanging around. Is it going to need to be a patient? I know his win at whipping, obviously 17-17 was an alliance play. And I think he's had 2 nice alliance shared top, all that good stuff. Is another patient game what's going to get him across the finish line, or he's got to step on the gas?
I think he needs a little more gas here than is being shown. And honestly, when I said that he was salivating, I forgot that Germany had not had Denmark the previous turn and was building as a result of that. So that changes a little bit, but I think that, it's whenever someone on the board is at 8 in going into 03, that's huge. And you can point the focus in the other direction. And if Jason plays it right, there's a chance there.
Matt Krill had that in the DBNI qualifier. I think he had 2-2-2. He was at like 13 in 04 or something. So we'll see if JJ can keep up that pace. So we'll see if the gas is turned on, and let's stick with the East, since we had two predictions from there. What do you see, Brandon?
Yeah, sure. We have, let's see, we've got Bulgaria making it into Constantinople. This is with support, and this is a coalition effort here. Italy and Russia both support the Austrian Bulgaria into Constantinople. Trieste goes to Tyrolia, which I think is going to make JJ very happy. Alex probably happy. It's better than going to Venice straight away, but still potential threat. And we have Sevastopol advancing to the Ukraine, which is actually a little surprising here. I think I might have expected to see that army drop into Armenia. That seemed to be the purpose of putting it to Ukraine, but it still could presage a move to Galicia. If it just goes to Warsaw, then I think it was badly wasted for the build in Sevastopol.
Yeah.
Otherwise, same. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that the two titans maybe are worried about each other a little bit, but Ankara has supported Bulgaria in, so not too much.
Yeah, I'll leave the rest to Siobhan.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile in the West, Jason manages to get German support into Munich, which is rare, but as the Italian holds it at this moment, what does the German have to lose? And it piffs the Italian unit, which, well done all around. There was some guessing around Eddy and Yorkshire and North Sea, it looks like, and the FG loses North Sea because they chose to tap the wrong unit. It's the English will lose London for it next turn, but I see that look of confusion, and I've been trying to sort of think through this on my own, Brandon. And
it's the retreat to Holland that I'm a little perplexed about. Is that what you were thinking about, or were you?
Yeah, it's kind of next where I was going to go is, of all places, Holland.
Yeah, I think I'd rather see, especially since you know that the Burgundy is going to get into Munich here, so Ruhr is likely to be open to you. Yeah, I would have liked to see North do something more interesting here. What did North actually do? North moved to Norway.
North moved to Norway.
Yeah. So Hunter failed to make peace with Hal, I think, is the, or perhaps he did, and perhaps this was actually coordinated. We'll know when we see what Liverpool does. That's
actually entirely possible. It could have been coordinated.
But in that case, I would have liked to have seen the retreat to Skagerrak or Helgoland rather than Holland. Holland is
yeah.
All right, Leo. So we're on to the fall, and oof.
All right, so I'm just going to stick in the West here, which Jason gets yet another unit with support from Holland. Is that what I see?
Yes.
The German supports Jason into his own center of Belgium. Jason rewards it by supporting Hunter into London, so Germany stays even in the end. I mean, I guess that puts them both even at the end of this year, and if you're playing that kind of alliance, that's fine. Halshild shifts around, has no one anywhere close to Edinburgh, which is just kind of beautiful at this moment. So I would love to see where Clyde goes next year. Hal will... I have to imagine he keeps Clyde. It seems more fun, right, Brandon?
Oh, yeah, 100%,
Yeah, he will. He had Clyde as a remaining piece in our game, and dreamt of getting back into Liverpool. And now that he'll be able to walk back in, yes, I'll make a bet on that one. So, let's go to the East as I salivate over Jason getting 2 builds.
In the East, we have some movement on Katie Gray's part. So we've in the previous game that I called, Katie was a little bit too staid. That was a criticism that I levied at her. Here, she is not. Makes a strategic reversal by siding with Jason to get help against JJ. So Munich supports Bohemia to Silesia. That's the key that tells us that Katie is definitely trying to move against JJ here. The other moves you might have thought could have been viewed as defensive. It's possible that Romania was an arranged swap, not swap, but an arranged gift. Although it's hard to see why JJ would grant that, given that Katie was getting Constantinople anyway. But Katie gets her other units into position to follow up and attack. I think her only problem is going to be, she's got both 2 home supply centers open for builds. So this is a big move by Katie. Question for her is how much she can do to follow up on it.
Yeah, and JJ loses 1. Jason picks up 2. So again, the 2 home title contenders both picking up 2. Intro 3 is the chance to get out of that early game, and they're clearly in the lead here. So all right. So with everything changing, where's Jason's next builds coming from, Siobhan? Is this? I know we did a little bit of planning in the last one. This seemed to be a big turn. Does he push further into Germany, or does he go north and has everything north at this point?
I mean, he's gonna probably push to get 1 out of England, but I think that there's gonna be a push into Germany at the same time.
Army fleet.
It had better be Army fleet at this point.
Well, you don't. I mean, you do another fleet in Marseille and do a southern push. You just go north. Karthik's shaking his head in the background, so he's laughing at me.
Well, I'm glad I can't see Karthik at this point, and Brandon's giving me a little like, "What are you talking about, Siobhan?" Here.
Oh no, it's not you. I'm looking at the board. I think Jason's going to build Fleet Marseille here, and possibly even Fleet Brest.
If he builds another double, no.
2 fleet. 2 fleet. Tommy says yes.
An army means he's fighting Hunter. I don't think he wants to fight Hunter. So
You don't think?
I don't think so. Well, let's see.
I think he should want to fight Hunter.
I think he maybe should, but I don't think he does.
Okay.
Yeah, if he builds Army Paris, my guess is that it would be going down in order to get onto the boot. But Munich can go to Tyrolia here. So all right, let's see.
2 fleets.
I hate it. I hate it.
Not
because it's Jason, but just in general.
Fleets are the way. I think we saw a game recently where I think it was Hunter actually. I think Hunter built like 6 straight fleets as France. Just you knew you had a solid ally in Germany, and this we're seeing again. Two armies from Katie. Sorry, we did not say goodbye to Liam. You got railroaded, and no fault of your own, but it's the way of Turkey. And so live games, Turkey still gets crushed. And JJ pulls Prussia. So probably a smart pull on there. Leaves the 3 fleets up north. So Jason's got some work to do. All right.
Well, Prussia's, I mean, it's worth saying Prussia's an interesting pull just because JJ's biggest threat right now is Katie. Mm-hmm. And the army could be useful there. But I think JJ is saying to the rest of the board, you need to give me the space to fight Katie.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of Katie, let's start off in the East, Brandon. We've got a little shift in the dynamics, maybe.
God, I have to say, being an analyst is the hard thing is that my eye is often drawn to the other side of the board. So I need to learn the discipline to look at my side first, especially if you're going to come to me right away.
Sorry, I'll give you a better heads up next time. Stab.
So here, JJ gets a lot of credit for getting Alex on side, and Alex gets credit for seeing that that he needs to do it. Although it's going to come at a price because Alex needs some help against Jason. On the other hand, Jason and Katie worked together in the previous turn, and so it's likely that they were going to work together here. In any case, it all amounts to Alex getting Constantinople with help from JJ, Katie getting into the Ionian Sea, intending to tap the Ionian so that Jason could guarantee the Tyrrhenian Sea. But Katie gets into the Ionian. Fascinating movement there. Elsewhere, Katie gets Marseille here and advances an army into Galicia. I would say that swapping Marseille for Warsaw for Khan here is and getting Ionian is a huge win for Katie. Oh, and you know what? I have to say, it's possible that Katie and Alex are still working together, given that Trieste goes to Tyrolia with support from Venice. So it bears some watching the relationship between Alex and Katie. It's not 100% clear based on those moves.
Maybe a gift of Khan saying, we know you need one. We need 2 fleets to help defend here.
She doesn't vacate Khan. She waits to get dislodged. So
yeah.
Who knows?
All right. And in the West.
And sort of piggybacking on your conversation about the previous coordination between Jason and Katie, there's a little bit maybe that's pointing towards they're not as tight as we thought they might be. Jason does try and bounce her or whoever out of Tyrolia, but Katie and Alex coordinate to take it anyway. You have to imagine that Hunter taking Munich at this point was 100% arranged, as he had to know that he was losing Denmark. And I think my only confusion in this moment is, great, Jason gets North Sea, but London moves to Wales and can't help Jason take
right. Why didn't it go to York?
Stab? Mini stab? Like, so that was the first thing I saw, and I'm just like, what could possibly be the point of Wales in this moment? If it's me and I intend to do this as a mini stab to my ally in the hopes that they don't get a dot, that's just whoops, those little provinces are so small, I misclicked.
Yeah.
Which I have honestly done, but this seems like a moment where it would be a little white lie.
Yeah, those thin provinces are hard.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know.
This seems intentional, right, Brandon?
Yeah, it kind of does. I have to say, JJ going to Prussia here with support from Silesia, it's possible that there's an AIR with a capital A, and INR are kind of okay with it.
Go Katie if that's the case.
Yeah.
Oh, and in the comments, and I do remember seeing this in the chat, I forgot to make note of it. England was a replacement player at this point.
Okay. Good to know.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. And another comment was that Khan was not prearranged, at least not with Katie. So
it became arranged.
It became arranged. And Katie also said would have agreed to it. And Greece was invited to Ionian. So lots of color. Thank you in the comments. No spoilers. I know this is the last round here, but thank you for that help. All right. So let's just go right to the moves. No thinking about it. Here we go. In the fall, I won't pick on Brandon this time. I'll let Siobhan go first.
But it's easy this time.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. So speaking of this whole thing where Hunter going to Wales seemed like a misclick mini stab, it turns out that all along Jason was getting support into Norway from England. So have Hunter and Jason just gotten Hal on board and been like, hey, we're going to get away from your last remaining dot. We won't go even close to it. Just help us take dots off of other people.
Yeah, here I got to look and see who it was. I know who it was. Someone who played on the other board too. I'll figure that out. But it was not Hal at this point. I'll put my mouse over it so we'll pretend Hal's not there.
And just I'll just sort of continue in the West for a second. The German takes Denmark back, but the Russian takes Berlin. So that's sort of a 6 of one, half dozen of another. Jason shifts some fleets around the
with the unit piffed, Hunter's now playing one short.
Oh, because nothing's open for a build.
Yeah. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that is a big deal. Okay. And Jason shifts some fleets around. Yada yada.
So JJ's in North Sea, but Sweden is open, is unprotected. That's a messy situation. In the East,
turn, yeah.
One thing happens, Budapest moves to Vienna.
This was the turn to start with Brandon.
Yep. Give us some analysis on that, Brandon, will you? No, I'm just kidding.
But go back. I want to look at the support. What is so Tyrrhenian Sea supports? What does Tyrrhenian Sea support? Like
Let's
Naples
see.
to the Ionian, I guess.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
That's interesting. I wonder
All
what the
right.
dynamics. I wonder what
That
the
just feels like Jason just being like, you two can't work together. I've been so good to one of you or both of you or either of you. Hey, Alex, don't mind that I have 4 of my fleets bordering the Med. I'm going to help you into the Ionian.
Yeah.
So Russia ends up going down 1, but they
Yeah.
picked up. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
All right, and then can't build in Germany, and Alex gets the build from Khan, and that was just a swap with Warsaw. So let's just see these, and we'll do one more year because this might be with Tunis possibly falling. We'll see it. So Fleet Rome. What did he pull? Ankh got pulled. Well, all right. So Ankh got pulled. So there's another possible pickup for Italy. So Italy's hanging in there, but surrounded. That's going to be tough. All right, let's. All right, so Brandon, I will give you. I'll draw this introduction out a little bit.
No, the problem is only when I'm not looking at. I'm trying to learn to look at the right side of the board.
All right, so we're looking at your side of the board here. We've got some movement, but we'll leave the west to Siobhan, but the east, lots of rotation.
Yeah, it looks to me like AIR is back on. Katie gets her units back to the stalemate line, to the front lines, including Warsaw to Livonia. And that seems geared to protecting St. Petersburg, which they'll be able to do, and pick up Norway. Sorry, stepping on Siobhan's toes. Otherwise, Jason does not do the guaranteed method of taking Tunis. And that's because he pulls a fleet from Western Med back to Mid-Atlantic. On to you, Siobhan.
And the reason he pulls Western Med back to Mid-Atlantic is after all of this gypsy doodle around the North Sea, Jason suddenly realizes that the Russian fleet in North Sea has a walk into English Channel. Whoops, we took stuff off of you, but what did we let happen in the meantime? So that seems like a little bit of an oversight, and it happens. We all get there. We're just like, we can do this really fun thing, and it's great. And there's a Russian fleet in the North Sea, and now it's in the English Channel. This is not good for anyone.
Yeah, so maybe a little positive here is piffing of so defense can be brought back home after the next build session, but this has got to be nice for Katie. I mean, like literally nothing around and all room to.
Well, you gotta love it for Jason too. He gets his army piffed in Bohemia, picks up a build in Holland, and, trades St. Pete North, so gets to build 2, essentially, at the end of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got a big guess coming up here. Do you cover Brest or not? And you don't want to have to.
And Belgium?
Belgium might be less concerned about, but the question is, do you take a unit off of your... but you know what? North Atlantic is taking Liverpool and getting a build. So
Yes, it is.
So then the question, actually you're right about Belgium. But you could no, but there's also Munich. Oh dear, this is a messy situation. And Hunter Catcher, I would not want to be him.
Was this a stab though, or was this a defense of North? We don't want North to go to Holland.
It's defensible that way,
yeah.
It's defensible that way, and I will add here that I see in the comments that both England and Russia have been subbed out at this point. England is now Johnny Gillam, and Russia is Evan Swihart.
Okay.
So it's possible the English that we thought was on side with the French and the German sitting on one unit is suddenly a new player. It's like, not anymore.
That's right, Johnny is, and we haven't even introduced Johnny because Johnny didn't play in rounds 1 and 2. So everyone just forget about Johnny for a second. We'll give a nice introduction next. And Evan is in Russia. Okay, all right. So, but and walks out here, but 3 armies on Munich. So Munich can't be stopped at this point.
Wait, I'm sorry. England is Johnny who?
Johnny Gillam, which we have not we have not introduced yet. Although he is from Seattle, Washington. I'm just a little preview. All right. So, do we want to do this?
Do you guys remember the song, The Homecoming Queen's Got a Gun? All right. Anyway, there's a line.
That's a very American thing right there.
It's from the 80s. and Julie Brown, and it was like she did some sort of novelty songs, but it was a hit. It was her only big hit. And there's a line where she goes, "It was John. No, I did it for Johnny." Anyway, that's all I got. That makes me
It's
think
Brandon bringing out the reference that only he remembers.
yes, and the 40 plus. All right, let's go on.
I'm waiting for Ed Sullivan to comment, please, Ed. All right, so let's take a look, and oof, doesn't go for either of them. Could have had Belgium. All right, Siobhan, let's talk about the West.
Okay, so I mean, Jason does decide to cover Brest, does not decide to cover Belgium, so there's that. Doesn't lose either, manages to keep the Russian out of MAO as expected. Hell goes to Liverpool. Why wouldn't you at this point?
Not Hell, Johnny.
Sorry, you're right. Johnny decides to go to Liverpool. Johnny. Jason does not manage to hold on to St. Petersburg, which, looking at it, there's no reason he might have thought he could. And Munich is gone. Hunter picks up Berlin again. Yay. Stays even. Oh, no.
Lost Liverpool, yeah.
But was down one build last turn, so I think stays even based on units.
Yeah, we'll have to pull one.
And we do see the Italians sneaking into Piedmont. So that's fun.
With a fleet, correct? Yeah, not with the army. But yeah, here's a case where Jason guessed wrong, right? The guess wrong on Brest means he can't build another fleet there, which is, but he'll be able to support North Africa back. But I think he's going to put down 2 units, right? Because he's had 2 PIFs.
Yeah, and so there's a question about whether or not that PIF in St. Pete was planned, or at least tactical. Like, well, if that's not there, it's not doing me any good over there. So
it's certainly useful. Question now for me. So Katie takes Munich. That's really the only thing that happens. There's some weird dipsy doodle with a convoy order in Tyrrhenian Sea. The question for Katie is, where does she go next? Right? What does she put down here? Probably an army. A fleet would be a kind of wacky signal towards Italy that she's coming after him. But what happens next for Katie? Katie is in the catbird seat here, and the question is, what's the next worm?
Well, we'll think about that for a little bit. So, all right, usually at this point we ask for predictions. Anyone other than Katie? Hearing nothing?
There's an argument for Jason.
Jason's position is not bad. He's got a lot of things to figure out. Katie arguably is in the best position. I don't hate Alex's position, but I don't know that there's a lot of work to be done there.
Yeah, I don't like Alex's because all of his growth would involve him pushing units away from Katie. And Katie is now has a fleet in the Ionian Sea, right? So
yeah.
I think
good.
Jason's biggest problem is that JJ, who is what he needs to fight Katie, has only 2 armies. They're in bad positions, it's hard to vote for anyone but Katie here. I think Jason with an outside shot if he can engineer a strategic reversal.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll let you, Brandon, go do some research for us on homecoming queens and guns and musical numbers. I know we can't put any music on these streams anymore, otherwise I get yelled at by YouTube. Yeah. So you could sing it though. I think I don't think that would be against the copyright. So
I did it for Johnny.
Kick him off the stream quick enough. So, all right, we're gonna take a little break. We're gonna get back to the Ed Sullivan show because as of right now, that's a big number for Katie, but still trailing Ed by enough. So we'll see what Ed can do. So tune up those pipes, Brandon, and we'll bring on Karthik.
I'm gonna be back.
The Longhorn. So. As we're unbiased, we do not root for players, but if there's a rooting interest because of the Longhorns, are you feeling a little nervous about what's going to happen?
It's interesting. Katie's in a great position, but we see burnt orange on top.
Ooh, burnt orange on top, and good pull, good, perfect transition there. Burnt orange on top in Austria. We've got again DBNI top board qualifier on Group Golf in England. Subby Ahuja, I'm talking too fast. Weasel in France. The aforementioned Johnny Gillum from Seattle. Welcome to the game. Not sure how new you are, but we had to add your location today, so new enough for that. Ben Kelman, who's played some good diplomacy in Italy. Russ Dennis, who took the morning round off, is back in Russia. And funny enough, in the 3 a.m. Chat last night, afterwards, Russ had made mention that he had not played Russia in a live game in about 6 or 7 years, I think it was. So perfect timing. I'm not sure if Maletsky was listening, but I think he was asleep at that time. And another speedboater, Eber Condrel, former Weasel for a little bit, now in Denver. So another fantastic board. We've been so lucky in this tournament. We might not have had a ton of players, a ton of quantity, but quality, average ranking, and how we're doing has just been fantastic. So, all right. So you said we did some predictions with the other board when we had numbers 2 and 3 coming into the round. With Ed number 1, but some other good scores. Andre had a great score. Ben had a nice score. I think that's it as far as scores are concerned. But if you're anyone other than Ed, how do you play it, Karthik?
I mean, I think Andre and Ed have very good reasons to look and try to make sure that each other do well, at least early game. England and Austria tend to do well when the others do. If I'm Ben, I try to work with Ed early while trying to get looking for the stab as soon as possible. You obviously want to kneecap Ed if you're in 4th place and are trying to find a way to weasel into first. So,
yeah.
And if you're anyone else, I mean, just look for a solo. I mean, solo wins you the tournament. So,
yeah, and that's I think kind of what we asked last time. And I know so with Katie being in Austria, Ed also in Austria, Johan. So, Katie didn't get the squeeze. Is Ed going to be victim of that, especially with the bigger target on his back?
I think Ed has proven time and time again that he can talk himself out of a tough position and what should be a disadvantage for anyone else. And what I would be going into, like, oof, I'm leading this tournament and I'm coming into Austria and nobody has any reason to work with me. But it's Ed Sullivan. He's doesn't have the killer instinct of a champion.
I disagree with that now.
Proven that wrong too.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll say that, Andre in England, that's a fantastic place to be coming in with a decent score, and he's a sleeper. So we'll see. I mean, this is another stacked board, so it could go anyway.
Yeah.
Before we get into the board, I would like to drop one little Ed Sullivan stat. Ed Sullivan has played Austria 5 times and has been eliminated in exactly 0 of them. Ooh. So I expect a great performance from Ed once again.
All right. So there's the pregame review and some Diplo stats, not strats on this one, but some stats. And we are looking forward to a ton of data in our next couple of broadcasts, which we are going to plug pretty soon. So before we do it. All right. So going into the game, Siobhan, you were in the West. So I'm going to make the biased Karthik stay away from Ed here, and we'll put Siobhan in the East on this one. And let's start out in the East. Oops, I'm hitting the wrong button. All right, now let's start out in the East. What do you see, Siobhan?
I mean, Ed has talked himself into yet again a lack of a bounce in Galicia, and has, I can only presume, invited Ben Kelman into Trieste. That, without the follow-up from Rome to Venice, it just seems like it's going to walk through, and we're seeing some sort of Lepanto or another. Elsewhere, we've got the standard bounce in black and a move north from Russ Dennis. So interesting to see where that goes.
Russ knows all English secrets and so is going to expose them.
And, well, I mean, I don't want to step on Karthik's toes, but Andre's response, I don't know how those negotiations went.
I would assume that those diplomatic negotiations were just complete firestorms. I mean, that is about as anti-Russian of an opening as you can get. I personally love it. If I'm not opening to the channel, I want to send Liverpool to Edinburgh. Just the strategic flexibility that you get. in terms of being able to go to Skagerrak, Brents, like convoy to Norway, all those things that are available to you. In this case, support yourself into Norway because Russia opened north. It's just such a strong opening, in my opinion. Being able to convoy with both fleets, like, just fantastic. Germany opens up standard, I think, as every Germany has so far this tournament. France opens up, signaling generally strong pro-German intentions with the move from Paris to Picardy, while sending Marseille to Spain. Rustin Mao at least signals that he isn't trying to that they are not trying to pick up an early fight against Andre. So probably going to go to Portugal in the fall. Yeah, just neutral.
One last comment on those fiery openings. Wasn't someone who's on this stream right now a sideline reporter on that top board? Do you remember any of those fiery discussions between allies, Andre and Russ, on that board? Could that be playing a part into this one?
That would be interesting. Yeah, I think very much could be. Yes.
We will
Yeah.
say.
And just real quick before we move on, I want to talk about the moving to Edinburgh as England right off. Years and years and years ago, when I'd taken a long break from diplomacy and I'd sort of forgotten my opening strategies, I opened exactly like this as England. And Eddie Bresson was in Russia, and he just yelled at me. He was so like, "Don't you understand how threatening this is?" And we're just like, "But I get the choice now." And
There was a
like
great,
it, but-
there was a great discussion about Eddie versus Yorkshire, and I think it was the Nexus chat the other day, and just about the flexibility that Edinburgh brings. So nice follow up on that. But doesn't maybe it is flexibility. So moves out of North Sea, Karthik. Different.
That's I mean, I guess there's presumably a negotiation between Andre and Russ that if he put the fleet in Norway, he'd be allowed to walk in unopposed. I personally don't like, going to Edinburgh and then walking down to Yorkshire, vacating the North Sea to put into Belgium. But there's interesting moves that can come from that, and diplomatic negotiations over it. I'm not privy to, so there could be a lot going on there. What is interesting to note though is the Mao move to Spain. Sabi is definitely potentially signaling there is a Western ship going. No, you would have bounced Russia out of Sweden if there was, but it at least gives them the option to move against Italy if they so choose. So that's very nice.
And now to the east, Siobhan. Oof.
This is your first in the tournament. You come in as Austria and you propose some sort of Lepanto where the Italian walks into Trieste, and then the Italian says, thank you, no, I'll keep Trieste and take Greece with Turkish help. And it just, that's rough for Ed. If anyone can recover from it, it's Ed, but it's hard to see how to do it. The Turk Eber moves for delayed Sunstrom into Armenia and Black Sea. Hard to see how well that will work for him, considering that the Russian is building too. Mm-hmm. When the Russian gets Sweden, unless there's some conversation about, I'll convoy it over and then we'll do some sort of swap. But it's just at this point, it's hard to see. And so it feels like the East is in chaos. And if they're not careful, Ben Kelman's going to come out in Italy as the winner here.
Yeah. So lots of twos on the board, except for Austria, which is 0.
Yikes.
Yeah, but that's what you get coming in first, and I think had best countries as both of Ed's first board. So big target on his back, but maybe this distraction plays it off a little. Italy needed the Turkish support to get in there, so now it becomes a different ball game down there. Most interesting builds at this point are German. Maybe do you do the Doug Moore Fleet Army, or do you go after, put 2 armies down and go after Russia? You didn't bounce, but what do you do at this point, given what you've seen up to this point, Karthik?
I think at this point, if I'm Germany, I would like to see Fleet Kiel, Army Munich, and then talk to England and see what they're thinking, and then based off of that, either move against England or move to the Baltic Sea. I like the flexibility the Kiel gives you, and there's no reason to make a choice in winter when you can do it in spring negotiations.
Yeah. Then Siobhan, do you go fleet north coast here, given how aggressive you are at this point, or are you looking more south now because of the delayed Sunstrom?
I mean, that seems like an impossible choice. I feel like you have to put something in St. Pete, because the worry is France, England, and Germany are all getting two here. France and England have proven to be friendly enough, and you've got a fleet in Spain's south coast, which tells you the West is cooking a little something up, and there's chaos in the East. You got to try and do both at once, and so you got to see a build in St. Pete here.
All right. Well, let's see if we see a build in St. Pete. We see a build in St. Pete. Fleet South Coast, not North Coast. So, wow, things look very feisty between ER to start, but maybe a cool down. Fleet Eddie, Army London, and no Army Munich. So maybe EFG is still together and is a little more anti-Russian, but different speed coming out. Spring of 1, I thought I had a read on the game, and fall and winter have changed it. So, all right. So let's get on to it. Oh man, red lines going across the board already. Well, let's start in the West, since those armies really couldn't go anywhere anyway.
Yep. So, I mean, Army's just making funny moves to Moscow, because why not? Andre moves Edinburgh to Norwegian, presumably setting up some sort of offensive there. There's the move from Belgium to North Sea from Norway, and then a bounce in Belgium, presumably agreed upon between France and Germany and England, suggesting maybe we could be seeing some sort of Western triple. What is odd is the Portugal to Gascony, Marseille to Gascony move, but then you look at the name on the player and you realize, wait a second, it all makes sense now. God bless the bee. God bless that move. We also see some very aggressive moves from Johnny with the Kiel to Baltic, Berlin to Prussia, which just looks like, oh man, Russ is in huge trouble now. I don't want to go too much in Siobhan's area, so I'll leave it at that, but Russ is going to have some interesting decisions to make.
Yeah, I mean, elsewhere on the board for Russ, my eyes jumped immediately to Constantinople convoys over the Black Sea to Romania, giving Russ problems in the south as well, from Eber still. And just, he's facing fights everywhere. And as tactically brilliant as Russ Dennis is, you can't fight everyone all at once. And, well, I guess at least Ed isn't fighting him, but Ed has his own problems and is doing what he can to be as much of a pill in Ben Kelman's side as he can. But what much can you do when you don't get any builds in 01?
Yeah. Well, and even it'll take more, because then you got to leave Vienna open. Ed's still got to fight for where he's at. Now Italy and Turkey worked together last time too, so there's pressure on Serbia potentially, although Romania's still got to be watched. Yeah, Ed's got a challenge, but Ed can fight him off. So let's see what Ed does. Little flip.
Ed keeps everything.
Yeah.
So if I'm reading this correctly, Trieste supported Greece to Serbia, but Ed convinced the Turk to take Greece instead of helping the Italian against Ed, which, well done, Ed. That's fantastic. Just negotiation here. And I saw someone in the comments a while back, before this year started, that Eber either goes down to 1 or 2 at the end of this year, or jumps up by 4. And we're not quite at 4, but Romania, Sevastopol, and Greece. This is a fantastic turn for Eber. An awful turn for Russ. Could have been worse, but I don't want to jump too far into the West here. Elsewhere in the East, Ben Kelman picks up Tunis. That was a pocket. And so remains even. So at least there's that.
Yeah, and a rebuild from Greece too. So,
yep.
All right, to the West, Karthik.
So in the West, we have another illegal move to Gascony, which is always nice. We have Gascony going to Marseille. We have the convoy from Portugal to Brest. We have another self bounce in Belgium. All nice, signs of Western cooperation against the Russian enemy for now. We see the dislodging of Denmark, though, with Russian help, which is the first crack in the armor that we see, which is very, very interesting and would be very curious to see how that develops. That does stop from Baltic Sea from making it into Sweden, with Finland bouncing it out because the support in Denmark was cut. We do see a bounce in St. Petersburg between Norway and Moscow as well, though.
Yeah, I wonder. So if E and F are together, well, you definitely need the balance. There's no way to have worked it out differently there. Where,
Right.
Yeah. All right. So England picks up Denmark, loses Denmark, loses Romania and Sev, but already had one popped. Builds 3. Oh man. All right. So
It's beautiful.
yeah. I mean, all right, but the focus is on now. So Ed and Russ worked together well last time. They've worked together well in the past. What does Eber build now? Full on growth. You had a friend in Italy, but you took Greece. I mean, retrospectively, was that a good pickup of Greece? You already had 2. What do you need 3 for? Is this like Tommy when Tommy one dotted and lost an ally? I have so much to talk about with this one, but
I don't
Siobhan,
know that it's the same as one dotting and losing an ally. I mean, you're building 3 and you have such a dominating position.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and you picked up a new ally doing so.
Why not just go for it?
Yep. All right, what do you build if you're going for it then?
I mean, you need fleets around the Aegean and Eastern Med.
2 fleets.
I guess 2 fleets in an army.
Yep, agreed.
All right. Let's see what we've got. We got 2 fleets.
There you go.
Army Ank. We got another fleet in Eddie. Skagerrak goes. So Russ consolidating, and fleet Naples makes sense there. So all right, spring of 03. Let's see if there's any more. I want to stay in the East. The East is fascinating to me. Let's stick over there, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, we get to see another convoy over the Black Sea, which I love to see. Get that army in Ankara in play as soon as possible. Losing Romania, a little surprising because, well, Ed sort of helped the Turk into Greece and is now helping the Russian into Romania. But what does Ed have to lose here? Like, he doesn't really have a friend or anyone. He's just been at this static little flat line of 3 units in the entire game. So, but I think that's not a big concern for Eber as he retreats into Galicia, which, like, I was on Team Eber until I wasn't. I love the retreat into Galicia. Like, if you're Eber here, all right, I'll get Romania later. That's not a big deal. I have plenty of units to do it with. I have plenty of growth to go. And let's do this. However, we do see a little bit of cooperation between the Italian and the Austrian as the Italian supports Adriatic back into Albania, which might be a little concerning for Eber in this moment. Russ, meanwhile, loses another one to the German in Warsaw. That's unfortunate. And that's about all she wrote.
All right. And in the West, there's some more movement.
Yep. We see Mao in Spain hold, which is interesting. Curious to, didn't try to do anything there, but fair enough. Probably just holding there defensively while they try to look at other priorities. Picardy supports Marseille to Burgundy, moving on the Germans most likely, while Brest goes down to Gascony, setting up a nice line at the very minimum for defensive purposes. Best case going on the offensive there. On the other hand, England and Germany is where all the real action is. Unfortunately for Johnny, there just isn't the attention to retreats that there really needs to be. By taking Denmark with the Baltic Sea and not covering Kiel allows Denmark to easily retreat there. And then, unfortunately, also when Holland goes to Belgium, that allows for the convoy of London to Holland, which puts 2 armies of England deep in German territory, which is just catastrophic for the German position. To make matters worse for the German, we see a very, very nice fleet realignment where Norway goes to Skagerrak, Norwegian goes to Norway, and Edinburgh goes to Norwegian, which just compounds the issues that the German faces, almost certainly guarantees that Denmark will be retaken, puts Andre in good position to take Sweden in the future as well. This is just great play by Andre, fellow Californian. This is just great.
All right. So with that, and Sabi, no, just a move to Gascony, no bounce, no stand-up, but
a legal move to Gascony.
Yeah, illegal
Right,
move to
exactly.
Gascony.
I'm surprised we didn't see Spain South Coast to Gascony again this turn, sadly. But
yeah, but gets into Burgundy, so is prepared for either a move up to Belgium if things with England went sour, or to help England into Munich, maybe.
Precisely.
Yeah. So all right. So. Well, this is all fun. Gee, I thought that was fall. Well, that's not. So let's do the fall. Holy cow! There's some red up there. Let's stay in the west, Karthik.
Sure. So as I mentioned, Denmark falls very, very easily. Belgium goes to the French with the English support. The French just walk straight into Munich unopposed. Wait, is Germany dead? Oh no, Warsaw. All right, but yeah, the Baltic Sea takes Berlin. All 5 of the German centers there just instantly disappear like nothing, and is just catastrophic. But yeah, Germany's last stand will be in Warsaw. And then other parts to note in the West is the move from Spain to Western, with a self-bounce in Spain by Mao and Gascony.
That's interesting. And I do know, so of course with Johnny, now we know, switching over to the other game, this seems why that was possible to happen. So,
yes.
All right. In the East, a lot of red and dotted lines, except for down by Greece.
So, yeah, I mean, the Austrian supports the Italian into Greece. That was guaranteed to work because of the cut on Bull by both the Russian and the Austrian. And we've got some black arrows supporting Khan to Aegean. And I would need to look at this more, but I feel like this is just a set of suboptimal moves by Eber. There were moves to be made here, knowing that you were likely going to lose Greece, looking at it, if you know that no one's working with you. Do something else. Like, genuinely. Maybe you can't take Serbia, but you sacrifice that, but you take Romania back. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Romania is the one who moves on Sev with support from Moscow, but then you get Romania back. Like, and there's a lot to think about here and a lot of guesses, but it just feels suboptimal to me.
Yeah, the Greece, I think, was blown up no matter what. I don't nothing there, but yeah, the Romania play. Yeah, but then you got to move black in to bounce that potentially. That's why I worried about. Yeah, I mean, because if Sev goes down with Galatia's support, Galatia's likely not getting cut from Budapest, and Warsaw definitely is not going to cut. So then,
arguing with
you just have
and
black
Romania with
support.
support
Black
from black.
support Galatia, Romania.
oh yeah, true. Yeah, because it's not you're right. Yeah, not takeable there. Yeah.
So I mean, we could spend half an hour talking about all the guesses that are here, but this just, I don't know, doesn't feel best to me.
Yeah. So loses one more, already had the PIF, but lost Romania as well. So Russia gets a build, picking up Berlin and Romania. Only one spot to build. So, all right. So, yeah, Army St. Pete.
That explains that, I guess, at least. He thought he had Ed on his side.
He thought Ed was supporting him into Rome. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
Ed, you dirty, dirty liar.
Mm-hmm.
Little did you know, Team Eber was dead. He was Team Ed the entire time.
Yeah.
But yeah, Army St. Pete.
And then the big move in the West is Gascony, as I promised to call Sabi today instead of Sabi. Picks up 2, Belgium and Munich. So big shift. And Germany down to 1. So let's see what we got. So heading south. So Ben's got to worry from behind Army, and then Army London. So EF Leviathan, as it's called, sticks together. Turkey pulls Galicia, which makes sense, and then Army St. Pete, like we thought about. So let's do at least one more here. Let's see what we got. Spring 1904. I like the East, Siobhan. Let's stick in the East.
So Eber, having just trusted Ed in Austria, says, well, I really want Romania this time. It was promised to me. I have it in my sights. I don't care what I lose for it. Loses Bulgaria to Ed, who finally, at least in the spring, picks up another dot. So we'll see where that goes. But, some realignment of some Russian units now threatening Sevastopol in Ukraine and Moscow with help from the German, which is problematic. And that's about all she wrote. I mean, the Italian sends a unit west, but meh.
Yeah, but France did not follow up on that though. Like didn't really put the full force of the fleets down there, Karthik.
Yep. If I was Sabine, I would put Marseille and Lyon and then send Gascony to Marseille. And except for the fact that Italy was going to end up in Piedmont, I think just like having that fleet in the water in Lyon would have been huge. Probably would have sent Mount and Nap as well. I mean, there was no reason to support hold it. There was nothing that could have displaced it. On the other hand, in the central parts of the West, we see Kiel taking Berlin out. We also see Sweden getting sent back, while Norwegian lands in Barents. We just see a very, very strong offensive from Andre here, which should put Russ pretty much on the back foot completely as England takes control of the northern parts of the West.
Sorry, getting some product placement here. So
Very, very, very nice. How do I get one of those?
Oh, yeah, I should have brought mine.
Yep. We have to find them. So I had to find quality cups. I didn't want just any old cups. So once we get some more quality cups, I haven't looked in a while, and I owe a few people some. So we'll work on that. Let's see. All right. So since I was
chain
not
of red arrows from Sabine in France is just painful to me. Anytime I see that kind of bouncy chain.
Yeah, David Hood would not be happy about that. So, all right, but really. So what I was looking at when we were going on is Andre is still just rolling at this point, and comes in with a good score already. It could be big enough to win. So it's not just I think the main three. Let's throw Andre into the debate.
Andre was a sleeper, and Karthik and I are rooting for him on the West Coast.
Indeed.
Oh man! All right, so now I can't even put Karthik anywhere. He's got rooting interests.
I can't lose. Heads I win,
Exactly.
tails you lose.
All right, I'm putting you on the central. Oh no, Edge in the central. You got to be in the southeast. That's it.
You're just Italy.
Yeah. All right, let's bring Brandon back on the board. And no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He's like rushing to get his. No, no. We can't put Karthik anywhere. We need an unbiased opinion here. So, all right. So to the fall, let's see what the fall does for us here. Is all right. No red arrows for Gascony this time. So let's stay in the West, or no, not in that same line at least.
So at least this time, Sabine puts Marseille and Lyon. They slide Gascony to Marseille. They slide Brest to Gascony. They support hold Western again. Somehow they make Italy slide their units around into a nice little position. So we should be seeing a nice line there. Nothing much doing. In the north, we see just more progress being made by Andre in terms of position. The securing of the Baltic Sea will always be nice for potential convoys. We're sliding up into the Gulf of Bothnia to take St. Petersburg if need be. I'm surprised they didn't try to play more aggressive on St. Petersburg, but I definitely understand the defensive play, worried that Finland could support Baltic into Sweden or something along those lines. But that's fine. Also, take St. Petersburg next year. It'll always be there. There's no rush. So all in all, makes sense.
Yeah, I always want to start in the East because there's stuff, and there's just more stuff.
So much
You
stuff.
ended Karthik with all in all makes sense. I would like to talk about something that doesn't. Several things that don't actually, as I
We
look
call
at
that
them.
the East, I believe.
Yeah.
Eber just walks out of Romania, which is fine. Didn't own it, so not losing anything as a result. I mean, is losing Bulgaria. But let's just point out this moment that Ed Sullivan could have been up 3 this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Could have walked into Trieste. Could have walked into Romania.
Could have walked into Greece.
Could have walked into Greece.
But at what cost?
Nothing. Because
What
Ed
Literally
nothing.
nothing.
That's
Oh,
what
wait,
cost.
his reputation.
Remember,
No.
guys, that does not have the killer instinct of a champion.
That's what he said. And this is him trying to prove it to me because I laugh at him every time he says it. Meanwhile, some realignment by Ben Kelman. Love to see it. Love to see the fleets getting into position before Sabi actually flips down to NAF and the legs.
Yeah.
So well done there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's clear. They see EF so strong. It's the rest of the board now coming to it. But
Yes.
it feels like it. That's all. I don't think that it is. Like there's plenty of play outside
Ed is
of that.
telling us in the comments that he doesn't know what he's doing, and as someone who has said this many times as a diplomacy player, the more you say it, it doesn't make it more believable, Ed. It's never going to work. It's never worked for me, not for many years.
So we played Speedboat last night after round 1 ended, and as Russia, I did not build at all the entire game. 4-4-4-4-4-3-2-0 or something like that. So Ed in Winter 04 is getting his first build. So
I want him to waive this build.
Yeah. Fleet Budapest.
Please no.
So Russia's pulling one because the North has been crumbling. Turkey's pulling one because I don't know.
Lost Bulgaria.
Yeah, no, I know, but I don't know. Walked out of Romania, right? I mean, I guess sure you want Russia to be strong to defend against England.
Understand it, but I don't.
Yeah. And then what did France lose? What did I miss? Oh, it's Germany. I'm sorry. I just assumed because France is in Munich. No, Germany walked out of Warsaw. That was the other one too. Germany walked out of Warsaw. It was forced out anyway, but the order was in to walk out. So, but Andre picks up 2 more. It's just the Andre show right now. Builds an army and waves 1. Ed did not wave, of course, because that was the only thing. And then unneeded, and Finland is useless at that point. So let's do at least one more here. Let's just see where we're at.
Sure. Before we go to the turns, though, I will say this: if I'm Eber here, the reason why I walk out of Romania is because I want to form a line and tell Andre, your best move here is to stab Sabi, which then gives him the latitude to operate and then sweep up the back line after the sort of EF threat subsides a little bit, while AI are all pushed up against the line and you have access to open dots. That'd be my guess, at least what Ebor was thinking and trying to do there.
Fair enough. Yeah. But all right, so in that situation though, and I get that if the players are masked, let's say, but Ed is Austria and there's no way Ed is rushing the line at this point, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, Eber's traditionally, an online player, so
True. Fair enough. Yeah.
Andre waved a build here.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because what else do you build if not to anything that would threaten? You don't want to build 2 armies.
Yeah, you don't want to be here if you're not going to stab, don't want to, irritate them. So.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, and Sabi just said, asked Andre to wave. So that was it was negotiated.
All right. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Not great with it, but I'm okay.
Yeah. Well, and but if you're Andre in that situation and yes, your ally asks, but this is a chance to really make that jump if you're pushing for a big number. Because I think even all the board tops, we've only seen like 11, maybe a 12. I think 13. Ed's was a little bigger with the gifts from Russ. But
I think that the time to stab is probably a year or 2 from now. Take St. Petersburg, leave a unit in Norway, and then allow all those other units to basically just reposition. Because right now, your positioning has a lot of your units pressed up against Russia, which is really nice when you want to make sure you can secure that area, but is really, really not nice when you want to put all your units to bear against France, right? So I think waiting maybe could be understandable.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's talk about Ed here because that was the question of will Ed just sit around? All right, Siobhan, let's talk about Ed.
While my eyes were drawn to Ed immediately, Eber, was that an NMR? Was
maybe.
that
could be?
I just don't know what to do here. That's And so that, all things aside, go Ed, go. You were doing DBN proud, and I made the joke about the flat line at 3 for a while, but I mean, oof, so much potential here and coming in from behind. That was not an NMR, Ed says. I mean, what else is Eber supposed to do if he wants to keep the balance of the board, right? And that's
but what's all right? But what's Ed doing moving to Romania? I mean, and that's not on the line. So, I mean, Eber could have done the same thing.
It's just he can walk to Galicia next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna walk through.
Right.
We'll see.
Yeah. All right. So, like you said, get St. Petersburg. Be ready to be able to convoy more over. Sabib does bring down Mid-Atlantic to North Africa. So, end position, we are pretty much stalemated right now. The biggest thing is Ed in Ionian, Ed in Romania. Is Ed going to make the move, or does Eber say, all right, if you're doing this, maybe I take my one now?
No, I think
he walked out. Oof. The Alliance player walked out.
Yeah,
walked into Greece.
Yeah, and Trieste.
Oh.
See, and I was going to say that this all sort of
Poor
is
Ben.
in Ed's hands here to decide the balance of. Cheers, Ed. I should go get a scotch in your honor.
I should as well.
So we'll see. We'll see how this plays at the board, because I mean, at this point, it doesn't change much for the northern stalemate, but it changes a lot for the southern stalemate. So Sabi has a chance here to very much change the dynamic of the alliance with Andre.
Yeah.
Can someone tell me what Tyrrhenian's orders is?
Tyrrhenian supported.
Is it Fall 05?
Yeah.
All right. Tyrrhenian supported Tuscany.
Oh, no.
Tunis. It's the Tunis that was cut.
Yes, it's Tunis that was cut. So Tyrrhenian.
What was Tunis cut by? I'm sorry, what is Tyrrhenian cut by?
Nothing.
No, Tyrrhenian's not cut.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Tyrrhenian just made a mistake by supporting Tuscany instead of Tunis. That was just a very, very bad order, like misorder.
Maybe it was a writing order, S instead of an N.
Yeah, probably.
Digital. Bad handwriting plays a part in virtual.
Hey, come on.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean,
I mean, like, I get in the chat they're saying Ionian is supposed to support Tunis, but like, who cares? Like, who cares? What is supporting Tuscany going to do? There's no threat to Tuscany.
Yeah, and even if the presumption that Tyrrhenian Sea is going to get cut by Leon, you got to try.
Well, but then that was the thing earlier too with Eber and going into Romania. Yeah, I thought Ed was going to support me.
No, I hear you, Ben. I do.
Still do it yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, like make the good orders anyways. Like
Yeah.
I'll play a little devil's advocate here. I get it. Like, Ed's been a good ally up to this point. Ed doesn't have the killer instinct of a champion. He's going to keep repeating this to Ben and being the nice guy that Ed is. And
what is there to support Tuscany? There's nothing to support in Tuscany.
And that's the point. In the same way when I made the comment about supporting Sevastopol, but there was nothing there. And I've been guilty of doing it myself as well. And that's why I say it in the sense that there's no point to that order. You might as well just write support the Cubs like I do. You use it in an effective way, even if your ally is going to do it, because you lose nothing by making the correct order there.
Well, at least with Sevastopol, there was a threat of Romania supporting Moscow to Sevastopol, or like Moscow supporting Romania to Sevastopol. Like, here there's no threat.
Yeah. That's tough.
Anyway, so
all right. So this is a nice.
We belabored that.
Yeah. No, but it's important because again, we're trying to, when you're doing these and you're in the moment, especially when we get back to actually writing them out and you don't see the map in front of you when you're doing it. It's important. So
exactly.
All right. So Ben, this is we had a nice switching point. We'll go back to the other game in this one because this is big. So again, Ed, making that we're looking at the line here, 3, 4, 6, and we've seen in another game, and I'm not going to pick on Russ here, but we've seen in another game where Russ has sloughed centers because of an ally, a good alliance. So, what's Eber going to do? Is Eber going to say, "Oh, I want," and I'm not picking on this. You want your allies to do well. If I can't do well, I want my ally to do well. And so, is this a chance to get Ed up to another title? So,
and that's the thing, right? And Ed's looking at this Sabi is not probably as much of a threat for tournament as Andre is. So cause some tension there, force Sabi to play for it.
Yeah, and picked up, like we said, I think Morgante said it in the chat as well. Picks up one, has one in the bank. So is this where we see Fleet London, Fleet Liverpool,
Go,
even
Andre, go.
Yeah. Well, all right. So we'll make you hold that thought. Karthik, I want you to analyze this position for the next 30 minutes or so.
Sure.
While you do that. So, all right. Brandon's laughing in the background. So, thanks. Take a little break, get a drink of water, and we will bring Brandon back to the board.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out? I'll hang out.
It is well past your bedtime.
It is so late, and I forgot to put deodorant on, so I smell really bad.
Oh, thankfully we're not at a face-to-face tournament right now.
No.
Seriously, no, it's a really good thing. And this is like COVID stink, so.
Oof. All right. So we are. All right. Here. So let's get your take on this. I saw you watching in the background, and give me 30 seconds on that other board.
A hell of a move by Ed there, honestly. With Carnage scoring, he vaulted up from sixth place into third place, so that was worth 3,000 points right there. The two centers he picked up were worth another 1,000. Ben's going to have a hard time retaliating because Sabi is all over him, so it was a really clever thing to do. I assume that Ed is keeping an eye on the other board at this point and, figuring out what he needs to do. He just took out Ben as a possible threat, and Katie and Jason are on the other side. So if he finishes in, third or second place, then I think he wins the tournament unless Jason or Katie get a big board top.
Yeah. That's all. And this is on diplomacytv.com. So I enjoy the system and it is very transparent. So I know the virtual classic in December, everyone was hitting refresh on that system. I know Dave was not updating the rankings or the scores. He was only doing that at the end of each game, but the backstabber links, I'm sure the server, wherever they're located.
I think Chris has set it up now so that Diplomacy TV updates from backstabber. So
it didn't. Because I asked Dave about that. Yeah, maybe he was working on that, but either Dave didn't have it set up or didn't want it set up that way because he said he was going to wait. Because I asked him about it yesterday, the backstabber server was, I'm sure, hitting flying off the refresh clicks today. So, all right, but enough about that game. Which these games have been really, really good. So. Thanks for all those, and a lot of them are VDL, and I'll get the infographic up. I've been fascinated by these, so I'll let you two are better explaining than I am. So we'll get back into this one. Here's where we're at. Here is Jason had some disbands and rebuilds back here. Katie's position is fantastic. We like Alex, just not in a great position, but not bad. Has some flexibility because is Jason going to pull back? How is this going to work? Do you have to have enough to do that, or do you just I think this is about the position Jason was in that 17 fill in the blank for what you want to call it. Yeah. It just struggled down here, and all of a sudden got the one, and then got the next, and got the next. So I'll be curious to see how he plays this one. And then JJ just kind of sticking around because a couple of them are still there. So maybe the one question, Brandon, is Fleet Trieste yet, or another army?
I suspect an army here. It's just, but she has to pick an opponent here. The problem is she needs a big board top. So
army seems to be the better way to do it.
I mean, yeah, because I think she probably wants to stick with the AIR, and that means the German centers are her next targets.
Okay, and then for defense for Mass Bomb, Siobhan, what do you? Army, or want another Southern Fleet?
I think he probably goes Army here. Another Southern Fleet is tempting, but how much is it going to get you?
I think Fleet Marseille.
You think fleet last time?
Yeah, because last time it was that too, and he did it.
Well, he's been building double fleets every time I've been saying army fleet, so he'll build fleets every
All right.
time.
And it is not JJ anymore in Russia. It is Evan.
Yes.
So
And
that's
it's not Hal in England anymore. It is the Seattle player whose last name is Gillum.
Johnny's got a gun.
Johnny,
oh, sorry, wrong
right.
song. Sorry, that was 90s. Sorry, I'm not as old as Brandon. So,
And that was Janie. That was
Yeah.
Janie, you monster.
I know. That's why. Come on, you got Johnny's playing though. Janie's
You
not.
horrible person, man. You can't blaspheme Aerosmith in this sphere. Anyway,
No.
go on, please.
Okay.
So
It's after midnight for most of us.
Yeah, we got our.
There you go.
Yeah, got our armies. Got your army
Hey.
there, and Johnny, not Janie or Hal. Johnny builds Fleet Eddie after again. So the big drop down and then now back up. So that'll be interesting. So I forget if ER both being replacements, how are they going to work together or work against each other? So. All right, let us go. And so I know Brandon wants to see the map before we get there. Are you focused on your side?
There's nothing happening on my side.
That's true. Tell us
There
about that bounce.
There is a bounce in the Black Sea that is heard for miles. A sonic boom emanating from the circular inland sea that.
Well, I'm going
Over
to
to
cut
you,
you off there,
Siobhan.
Brandon. The problem is that
Need a
all
drink.
of Brandon's eastern powers are moving into the west, so we're going to start bleeding into each other, and I may call Brandon the central reporter from
Mhm.
here on out.
All right.
Because Katie just marches west.
Oh,
Burgundy, Munich, Bohemia. Nobody can quite agree on who gets Berlin yet between Russia and Austria, which there's time for that later. And that's just brutal. Meanwhile, the English fleets go both directions at once into Irish and North. You love to see it. And Jason loses his army in Holland and probably loses any chance at ever keeping Belgium. So unless he supports the Russian in there next turn, which would be really fun.
And winning the tournament, I'm afraid this probably
This
having
is
Hunter moving on him probably ends his chances. Yeah.
Agreed.
so Holland walking maybe. Oh, and that's right because Holland held last time instead of walking out when there was no threat. So that was that was there. All right. Well, yeah, and we talked about rebuilding to come back to protect against walking into Burgundy, and then went to Picardy.
I have to say though, leading into the next turn, this is a moment. We've wondered when is the time for Katie to where is her next dots? Looking at the central dots here, but this may be a moment to move on JJ.
100%.
Moscow is there for the taking. That's really the only one, but you could get other units into position. So
yeah. All right. And well, Moscow was not there for the taking, so stabby Brandon, stabby Weasel.
But she does move on Italy, taking Venice, and supports France into Tunis. Fascinating. Very nimble, very, very nimble strategically, while also helping France while also sending armies further into France.
Just keep marching west.
So no, Katie, I think what we were feeling was that Katie needed to pick a partner in the east and move on the other one. And while it felt like Russia might be the more susceptible target, we were wrong about that. And Katie figured out which one was a better target. Now we should see a fleet Trieste, I would think.
100% we should see a fleet Trieste, and she cleared Trieste for that build. I love to watch the armies march through the center of the board. I'm going to point out that England's going to build again.
Nice.
Awesome. Love to see it. So, Johnny, you came into a really awful position, and you were playing it for everything it's worth, and respect to that. And if you need, you're a new name to me. And if you don't know people in the Pacific Northwest, I'll put you in touch with other diplomacy players and we can hook you up.
Boom. So Johnny's 200% growth in the last 2 years is better than Ed's 100% growth. Just saying.
Just saying.
Oh, that's
Wow.
awesome. Yeah. All right. So then what's the net result of this? We've got Russia building one. We've got England building one. We've got Austria building one. And then Italians must have had enough disbands then, because I think
Must have.
Piedmont, yeah,
Yeah.
and Tunis must have been disbanded then as well.
Question. The
Oh, yeah,
question
Armenia.
here- yeah, I have to say the question here for me now is i- is Jason willing to let Katie have dots? Because if that's true, then the sky's the limit. If
Yeah.
Jason is willing to help Katie, then a solo should happen.
Oh, it's inevitable if Jason is willing to help.
Yeah. All right. So we assume French army, another fleet in England. Yeah, Fleet Eddie.
Yeah.
If it's a fleet Marseille, then we have our answer. Right?
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
All right. And so you're talking about an Austrian stab on Russia. What does Russia build? This is the Russian build may be more important than any other one.
Fleet St. Petersburg.
South, north.
Maybe south, given the Baltic, but you can make an argument for north since the English dots are there for the taking. You know, if I were Austria, I would have made the giving of Berlin conditional upon building a fleet, not an army.
Good point. Yeah. All right. And Holland goes Army 7.
Fleet Marseille.
There it
We
is.
have our answer.
Walk right into Gascony. That was the answer. That was invited and welcome.
God.
Wow.
Sabi is proud.
Wow. But so JJ now with the army in Sevastopol.
Evan.
Thank you. But Evan,
Yeah.
thank you. Not JJ. Evan is signaling that he may be willing to try to push Katie back. That changes the calculus significantly for her.
A little bit.
All right. Well, let's see where.
Nope.
Ooh.
Or not.
It's
Wow.
okay, really. But it caused so. All right. So this pulled an army from Warsaw, from Silesia back to Warsaw. So Evan, with the build, though perhaps it was meant to be friendly to Katie, though one wonders why, has caused her to bring an army back, and he will almost certainly lose Moscow now for it. So elsewhere we have Jason. I will leave the Western units to Siobhan, even though my eye is drawn to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this might be the point in the game after this turn, Brandon, where we just take a season apiece.
Yeah, good point.
I want to know what magic potion Katie has given to everyone on this board, because it's just, this is
Impressive.
wow.
Yeah.
Is anyone working against Katie at this point?
I don't want to take anything away from Katie, but this is like the John Anderson wooing of the Weaselmoot board, where everyone was just doing it, or Saren last weekend. It's just masterful of everything is working,
and everything is working in your favor. And this is 100% like a compliment to Katie's play here, because it's whether it's through negotiation or through moves or through whatever is happening, board dynamic, this seems to be being played perfectly.
Yeah. It's worth saying Hunter and Hal are apparently fighting Katie.
Johnny, Janie.
Johnny, sorry. Johnny.
Are they? Is Hunter fighting Katie?
Johnny supports himself into the English Channel. Hunter takes Sweden.
Yeah, I don't think Hunter's fighting Katie. I think Hunter's fighting Russia from who knows
Evan,
what.
yeah.
You know what? What time is it?
2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, no, it's
2:30 Eastern.
I'll use the country names here. No one is fighting Austria.
Let's erase everything I just freaking said.
Yeah, we'll edit that. So, all right, we can at least move. Yeah, because I was going to say there's the take. Although it's taking from Kiel instead of Munich. Interesting. Left that German.
Oh dear. Okay, so here's a mistake in the East. So Katie might have wondered whether she'd burn the bridge with Evan by distrusting him and moving to Warsaw, and so did not take Moscow. And lost Bulgaria for it. That's a situation where, like, even if it's oops, the knife is part of the way, and you have to just follow through and push it all the way in.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
I mean, take the rest of it, Brandon. It's all yours.
Oh yeah, sure. So elsewhere, Katie also loses Belgium. So Hunter or Jason has turned back against Katie here for whatever reasons. Maybe had second thoughts about throwing a solo, which it almost certainly would have been. And we have some units moving around. Jason puts a unit back in Tunis here, and Katie takes Paris and loses Sweden. So I believe Katie is still going down one, but has a piff in Berlin.
Katie
Katie's
is up Berlin,
up one.
Paris, down Bulgaria.
Yeah.
So
Thank
up
you.
one
Thank
overall.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
God, for some reason,
I'll do math because it's earlier for me than it is for you two.
I'm thinking Russian. I keep confusing the Russian and the Austrians. Yes. So, and Belgium was not Austrian to begin with.
Yeah. Just walked in.
All right. So Katie's going up one. Katie should be going up two here, though. Should be taking Moscow.
Yeah.
Yes.
But so that may, solos are won and lost by hair's breadths a lot of times, unless they're thrown or fully conceded. And that not taking Moscow here could really come back to bite her.
All right.
And here's the maybe how things changed.
Hunter and I threatened to throw a solo to Katie mostly to get the rest of the board to actually attack her. Well, mission accomplished.
Yep. All right. So still picks up one. Germany picks up one after walking out. So doing it the reverse would have been a net a +3, taking Moscow, taking it from Munich, even after losing one down here. So interesting. And then Jason, sadly, is even though maybe the diplomacy part worked, actually lost the center out of it. So
that's fine. Doesn't need to take at this point.
Yeah.
And
or Spain rather. Oh,
lost Leon. Fleet keel.
I guess feels that with the two Italian fleets, it isn't needed. That one in Leon.
Yeah, Leon isn't a big deal. Fleet keel.
Right. Why?
Curious.
That is a big fat why.
I think everyone's getting tired.
Yeah.
Army Trieste is interesting too. I think you'd rather have Budapest here. But Katie's spread out now.
Yeah.
Taking Moscow, you would have had better position plus another.
Moscow would have. Yeah.
Well, Moscow falls this time, so it's.
Yeah, but now it's about tempo. So now the question, right? So can Katie hold on for a big board top? I think the solo is largely out of the picture.
I think the solo's gone, but I think the big board top is still there. Especially, I'm seeing in the comments, I was saying the Fleet Kiel was really curious to me. Jason saying that Hunter had a lot of animosity toward Russia. And so if there's still some shifting dynamics in play, then yeah, the big board top is still there.
And Katie did walk out of his dot, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, true. Good point. Mm-hmm. Well, and so on the net scoring, we were talking about Ed gaining 3,000 points. I think the net differential going into this round was 3,000 or 4,000. So
it was 4,500.
All right, and so
Okay.
I mean,
so Katie has, I think, two at this point. She's in first, he's in third, so that's 2,000 points.
Mm-hmm.
She's at 11, he's at 6, I think.
Yeah.
So that is
2,500. Oh.
So,
we are down to this center by center at this point. All right.
You love to see it.
Yeah. All right. I like Siobhan's idea. Let's go turn by turn here. Brandon, if I tell you that you could look at the whole board?
It's all you, Brandon.
I don't like this, Katie. I don't like. Okay.
What?
So Katie has negotiated with JJ.
Nope, Evan.
With Evan. Katie has negotiated with not JJ Evan to help against Italy in exchange for leaving him alone in Moscow. I actually do like that. I like that since it worked. I would not necessarily have trusted it to work, so I would have been skeptical that not JJ Evan would have followed through. Elsewhere, we have Germany still fighting Russia. We've got not Hal, but Johnny making it into the North Sea. We have Jason moving units around, apparently to make a move on Britain, although North Atlantic could go to Norwegian here. But Paris and Burgundy are safe until Jason gets another army. So I don't know. I want to see more movement here from Katie. The movement to the line I think gets armies away from Russia, but not towards something useful yet. So I would rather see those going south. And I definitely would like to see Venice and Trieste moving in some way. Say, go down to Apulia here, and Trieste goes over to Venice, so you can make a play on Rome and Naples.
Yep.
All right.
I also love that Not How Johnny has play on Belgium and can continue growing as England.
Nice.
If Jason doesn't take Liverpool.
Liverpool, yeah.
I think Jason's going to take Liverpool.
Oh,
And,
that's a shame.
and opens Marseille for a build. Yep.
Yeah, so Jason takes Liverpool, opens Marseille for a build. Not too surprising all around. I mean, at least Venice and Trieste move this turn. Piedmont and Venice. It's not my favorite set of moves. I don't know exactly where they're going. I guess to put play on Marseille, but you're going to get a build there.
It would have been better if they'd been there last time. Then they could have
Exactly.
had a chance at keeping Marseille filled.
Yeah. Elsewhere, Alex in Italy keeps losing dots to the late blooming Austro-Russian friendship as Russia picks up Smyrna, but does pick up Tunis. So, Jason doesn't build then.
No, he does because he pulled the unit, so he's
Oh,
even.
piffed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Which again, reasons to piff a unit. Audience, everyone, there are times to do it. It's so you can rebuild where they're more useful, and at this point, Marseille is more useful. So
I have to say, I think Katie's making a bit of a mistake here by not taking the German centers. So I think here's a case where you got to pick your ally, right? So if Russia is really going to be the ally and Russia is fighting Germany, then fight Germany. And you don't need Germany for anything else. Then fight Germany. Go take those dots. You need to keep growing. You need to keep pace. You need to be able to also defend yourself against a resurgent Russia.
Agreed.
Especially if the diplomatic angle was working too. Like, what Russia's doing, Baltic's tapped, that, Denmark, well, you don't know Denmark necessarily, but yeah, it just
also be more efficient with unit deployment here. Munich can move, Silesia can replace Munich. Berlin, if you're really worried about it, can be held by
Munich
Prussia.
isn't even threatened by anything walking into it.
Right. So Katie's just got some efficiency issues here. Done a great job to put herself in position to win. We just want you to finish the job.
Yep. There's more.
Finish the job, yeah.
All right. So up to 12. So picked up another 500 with the gain +1. Jason's rebuilding England, sadly. Yeah.
I was rooting for you, Johnny.
But Evan picks up 2.
Hey.
So I mean, not over yet. I mean, 8 centers. I don't remember what Evan had in the other rounds. Yeah, definitely not enough to win, but I mean,
Evan had 6,500 coming into so over 18. He would need a solo in order to win. Assuming the score would count for him.
Yeah. And all right, so Alliance, North Coast, Fleet Trieste, Army Septo.
Another Fleet Trieste.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you like that? Yeah, I like that.
I do.
You don't need another army. You're especially if Russia is the ally. Army.
I like it a lot, actually.
No, that's good.
Yeah, but you got to get through. You need to get through somehow.
Well, sorry. So now the last question on it is: was this a stab? And if so, will Mid-Atlantic now help Austria against Jason?
That's a good question.
That's what I want to see. And no.
Darn.
Yeah. Trying to get Liverpool back, maybe.
But Katie does a great thing here. Goes to Marseille, and so she should be able to stay even, especially with Brest and Spain open. And finally moves on Germany. Well done, Katie.
She was listening to you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well done. Also with Apulia moving to Rome here, that's an advantage for her. She can get a third unit now in there. Doing great. Gets Sevastopol to go down to Armenia, which is away from her. All in all, this is really good. Only the armies are bouncing around that stalemate line. Would like to see those do something a little more interesting. But elsewhere, we've got a German fleet moving into the North Sea for reasons unknown. We've got Mid-Atlantic falling back. So we've got strife between people who are not fighting Katie. They are fighting each other. This is great.
Hunter, it seems to have had irritations with other players on and off throughout this game.
Yeah.
It was JJ or Evan, I'm not sure at which point there was irritation with Russia, and now possibly Johnny. Possibly, I'm unclear, and it might just be frustration with the game in general and just lashing out any way you can. I think the move that sticks out to me even more, though, is just St. Pete, North Coast.
It doesn't do anything. This game, for Hunter, this game, it's like a minestrone of ineffective vengeance.
Yeah. Ed Sullivan says in the comments that Hunter went into a cellar of resentment.
There you go.
And that might have been because he had a chicken following him around all day. He's in El Paso on his trip around the country. He just said Ed and Hunter were on the same board in round one, and Hunter, for being provided a nice either place to stay or dinner when he visited Ed in Texas, said I wouldn't attack you. Well, he didn't get to come through on that because he was dead in 03, but arrow 4. But he had a chicken. He was posting pictures of this chicken following him around all day. He was like looking at his food. You got to go to the Carnage Discord general chat. It was.
Yep.
It was enjoyable. So anyway,
be right back. I'm checking social media.
Yeah.
Is it possible to tell whether the chicken was the result of a hex placed on him?
I don't know. I thought it was a turkey at first, but
They grow chickens bigger down there in Texas.
That's true. That is true. All right. So on that note, all right. So
Late Night Ramblings brought to you courtesy of DBN.
Yeah. So all right. So possibly up 1, up to another 1,000 points with Sev moving down to arm. Are we going to see a whole bunch of supports or orders to Clyde or Gascony or something here? No. A little rotation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we get some rotations. Evan, not JJ, moves the fleet in St. Pete. I see Brandon's got me saying JJ, not Evan now.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, Johnny goes down another.
Oof.
As
Johnny.
Hunter's little bucket of resentment moves that direction this time. And I guess Hunter remains even at the end of this. No. Down
Oh, loses Marseille. Wow. So building the third army, and he's gone down 1.
Yeah.
In the land battle with.
I mean, was that?
Yep.
That didn't have to happen.
No.
But
no, she got the better of him tactically.
She did. That was.
I'm sorry, I said Hunter. I meant Jason. Yeah.
I mean, I suppose there were guesses there, but oof. Well,
yeah, he had pulled through last time, and then.
Yeah, pull it.
But again, that's the brilliance that Brandon was talking about last turn. That move to Marseille was absolutely crucial. If you'd waited another season, like last year, I'm sorry, Katie, we criticized you a little for not moving in the spring when you ought to have. This year, 100% made up for it.
Yeah, perfect. And gets into Tyrrhenian Sea here, which is lovely.
Holding, yeah.
I think the only other, I think we would rather see Apulia, Adriatic get into Apulia there.
Yep. That would be my only change here is I don't like the unit. Venice holding makes sense. Adriatic holding does not to me.
And now 2 armies, right? I mean, unless she wants to go for the solo. Solo, if she's thinking solo, then Fleet Trieste. Otherwise, I would say 2 armies, yeah?
I would agree with that. I think we'll see 2 armies. I think there's concern about the realignment of the Russian units and losing a few here and there, which I get, but all recoverable in good time.
Solo is unstoppable at this point, given the craziness of the rest of the board, or
no? JJ can stop her.
Evan can stop her.
Evan, not JJ can stop her.
I'm so sorry that you all have to watch this.
2 armies. Yep.
2 armies. But JJ builds north again, or Evan builds. See, oh goodness, Evan builds north, which tells me that while maybe.
And Jason pulls Burgundy instead of Wales.
As you do.
Yeah.
As you do.
That's why I ask if there's just so much chaos on the rest of the board.
It might be inevitable then.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm sorry. It may be unstoppable at this point. Yeah. She's got Rome, Naples, Tunis in the bag. JJ would need to turn on her now.
Hunter pulled Holland. Jason pulled Burgundy.
Yeah.
And Evan built north.
Yep.
Yeah, Rome, Naples, Tunis, Holland, and it's over.
Yeah. I mean, you might lose one in the back to Evan, but it's recoverable.
If
Mhm.
the
Like,
and actually, but no, building in St. Petersburg makes it impossible. All right, let's go. Let's see
this
it.
is done. Let's go.
Or do we want to stop and go finish the other game first? Oh, God.
No, let's.
No.
Oh shoot! Did the battery of my because you changed the system now? I gotta. The battery of my keyboard is out. All right, let's see if we can get in.
We needed a producer to tell us to.
I can't go. It's not moving.
No, but I mean, like, it's.
Oh, there we go.
God, how fascinating
what-
would it be to be in these negotiations right now? This is where we need the side
What?
reporters. Katie! Okay, I need a minute.
So I asked Brandon a while ago to give me a good switching point back, and he tells me, well, it ends after 09. So clearly you knew it ended after 09, but you just forgot. You were so enraptured by it. I forgot that as well. I thought it was after 10.
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't talking about this game. I didn't look at this game.
Oh, that's right.
All right, now.
Trying to get this one.
Ignore everything we said about the other game, chat.
So,
What?
Ed, but now the other game is simple, right? Because it's all about Ed.
Yeah.
Ed just getting close enough. So
Why?
Katie, it's between Katie and Ed. Katie has 14,000, so she's up to. I'll give you the exact number because I have the round.
I got Karthik on here too. We're gonna have the full cast to watch the end of this because
she's at 34,018. All right, but let's just take a minute, right? So there is no reason to draw the game here. At the very least, you take Rome, Naples, and Tunis. It cannot be stopped. And you've got Holland and Belgium, likely in the bag. So it's if JJ turned on you and Hunter was willing to help, that's the only way that they would even have a chance. There's no reason not to at least grow your center count.
Unless she made a deal. I mean, we've seen Katie in, I think, in the other games. Again, the alliance. Yeah.
On the one hand, like, if just looking at the scores, fantastic board top. Love to see it. Well done, Katie.
Great
all
game.
I'd seen were the center counts and the scores. But then I look at this board and you don't get an Austria like this very often in tournaments. And
I mean, the important thing to consider is when this game ended versus the previous one.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
And if Katie knew the results of the previous one at this time.
Right. Let's go finish the other.
Let's do it.
Great point. I'm sure someone will tell us after the fact, which is we don't want to know now. So, all right.
Yeah. But also just for the pure purpose of the game, I would also like to see it played out for a solo, regardless of what
same.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is when this is all over, someone needs to clip the Brandon and I's reaction and just have this little short
I did a
clip
double
on the YouTube
mouth
channel.
cover. I was a double mouth cover.
We'll make sure that's the freeze picture on YouTube when it pops up. All right. Brandon, you could either smile on screen or off screen. I'll let you decide, but you can watch. You could be a fan on screen at this point. So we had Karthik in the West because I couldn't have him be pro Ed.
But then he was pro Andre, and you couldn't win.
Yeah. So that's right. That's why we were going to bring Brandon on, and Brandon gave me the finger as I was going to get him on soon enough. So, all right. So let's get to where we were because this was Ed growing 3-4. We've reverted back.
Oh,
He's
right.
up +2. Andre had those one pocket build and picked up another one. Sabid just picked up Tunis. Ben just got shanked. Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, this was the point where, Ed's shanking therein gives Sabi so much potential to be the one to shake up the alliance with Andre.
Yep.
And just gain some footing in the med, which is, ripped Ben. I'm so sorry to see this happen to you. You're a great guy, but let's see what happens.
And a solo. I mean, a solo. Anyone who solos wins this tournament. So,
Right.
because I think everyone's played at least a game. And even on solos, you get 1,000 points. So, all right. So let's get down to the tactics. We're going to run through this because we are, pretty late into the evening. Let's do it. Ed's building 2 armies. Has to.
Mhm.
Is this the time to stab? Is this the time for Andre to? You got to make my push.
Those armies along Tyrolia, Bohemia, and Silesia could be a little bit annoying for the stab. I think I would want us to have more armies on the continent before I make that push.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably want to build an army, get that onto the continents, convoy Sweden onto the continents. If I could blow up Prussia, that'd be fantastic. I think 1906 is probably the time to stab. I think I would just pocket the builds, maybe build 1 army.
Yeah, because you want that army down there. And then what does Gascony build?
Let's see.
You
Gascony
mean France,
probably builds Fleet Brest, if I had to guess, and then pull it around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I promised to call Sabine Gascony.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
So Fleet Breast for sure, which can go either way if Andre decides to stab with builds.
Yep. Well, you did put down the fleet in Edinburgh, though. Got your army like you wanted. Russia pulls the less effective fleet. Got your armies and pulls off. So definitely anti Ed from Ben. So all right, let's do it. Let's get into it. Let's stay in the West. I know I love the East, but let's stay in the West. Karthik.
Sure. So we see Andre moving east still. West St. Petersburg supporting Sweden to Livonia by a Bothnia convoy. We see some nice little fleet footwork there with a Kiel being convoy to Prussia, allowing Berlin to support Burgundy into Munich. Munich is then supported to Bohemia by Tyrolia, making a nice, beautiful little chain that I really adore. Gets Sabine into interesting positions. Gets his own armies into useful positions as well around Warsaw and Moscow. The fleet Brest moves around to Mao, likely going to go to Western Mediterranean soon enough. All 3 Rome and Naples are piffed, which allows to be very, very easy access to those Italian dots as Ben seeks revenge. Very, very nice position for the EF Alliance.
This is a great set of orders. Yeah. In the East.
In the East, I see Ed in the chat telling me, notice all of those Austrian orders failing. They don't all fail, Ed. You did get into Serbia from Bulgaria. Thank you very much. Aside from that, Ed did have a lot of guesses around Bohemia, Vienna, Trieste. Unfortunately, he guessed sort of wrong. There was a way to keep it all, but it just didn't happen. And a late blooming Astra Turk, I guess, taking Romania, helping the Turk into the Aegean, pulling away. I don't know how effective it'll be at this point.
Yeah. So where did Russ switch to pull everything back? Because he was fine fighting in the north up front, and was it the grind down and turn? But I thought he just lost most of the centers from the north. I didn't think anything turned, or maybe the diplomatically, because look at Black Sea going to Romania now. So maybe there was something that was said this turn.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. All right, to the fall. Oh well, yeah.
I mean, I'll just continue in the East for a second. Great turn for Eber picking up 2 here with Romania and Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Russ. We didn't get to see how tactically fantastic you are as a player this game because you just unfortunately weren't given the chance. And then we've got some shifting around. France gets into Tyrolia as Italy pulls back. Vienna is trying to support France into Tyrolia from Bohemia, but France moved to another place and tried to give Venice to the French as well. So Ed is trying to throw everything to Sabine in this moment, which not everything, but a lot, which is an interesting turnabout. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, we got some builds. No builds out of it though, but picked up Warsaw. -1. Yeah, 'cause lost 3, but only 1 left still on the
Thank you,
board.
Russ. Yeah.
Yeah, and then and Turkey building 2. All right, so what are we on? 11, 8? I mean, in the rank-based system. All right, so at this point, is there any solo chance for Andre? Because I don't think anyone catches back up. Ed is +1 but can't build and is completely surrounded. So Ed's done at this point, unless there's a stab. Because at this point in the game, so this is Winter 06. So let's say they're on 06 versus 06. Katie was already at 9, maybe even 10 at this point. So this board clearly knows what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
If Ed knows he's done, there's no chance of catching up. Or if Andre and Sabi know that that's the case and they want to help Katie win on a different board, neither of them think they could solo. Are we getting close to the end?
I don't know that it's exactly that simple, because I've been in this position in final rounds of tournaments before, where you see other tournament. I talk about the tournament leaders depending on how large the tournament is, but the top 5 to 7, depending on who I'm looking at and how close the scores are. But at the same time, like, do you see any world in which Andre and Sabi are stabbing each other, regardless of tournament rankings?
I think the board, gives a scenario where it's worth doing. I would hope one of them would do it.
I would hope so. I just don't see a world in which it actually happens.
Yeah, I mean, the convoy to Belgium, build another army here.
It's worth pointing out, Andre's in 6th place or 4th place. He still has a decent chance. If he gets a big enough score that he could pass, Katie and win the tournament.
Sure. I just based on the alliance I've seen so far and the positioning of units, I don't see it happening. Which is
Andre needs a solo.
15.
So, all right, so Katie, I can tell you where Katie was at this point.
Katie's at 34,018.
No, I mean in Winter of 06. So in Winter of 06, Katie had 12,000 points. So she's sitting
32.
at 32.
So that's what they would have known at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So at the time, yeah.
So Andre would need to get 17. So someone who's got the math.
Solo or bust at this point.
Yeah.
Right?
The most you can get, I think, is without a solo is 16.5.
All right. So, yeah.
So.
All right. So, yeah. Oops.
15.5. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's solo or bust. So at this point, another army.
Yep. If it is,
which is the right call.
Yeah. I would have been much happier though if London had already been convoyed onto the continent here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but whatever.
Well, but you don't know what kind of build's going to come.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fleet army obviously gone and can't build. So all right.
Yeah.
On to here. Nope. Convoy to Denmark.
Yeah.
The alliance, which is good. I mean, you can't fault the alliance. And if Andre's making the judgment, that's 7 more. I mean, where do you get the 7 from? I mean, Sabi pulls everything back, and it's a grind, and then it gives Ed a chance for the title. So maybe they are saying, not that they're anti-Ed, but
does anyone want to give Ed a chance except for Karthik? Maybe. I'm kidding. I do love, and I will point out, Leon de Gascony. Yet again, we get back to the roots of Sabi's play, and we have moved an illegal order to Gascony. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yep.
So, what do you guys think of the move to Kiel, though?
I don't like it. I do not like. If I'm Andre and I'm like, okay, my only hope of winning this game is a solo. I want armies in St. Petersburg. I want armies in Livonia. I want Moscow broken down. So that way, the only things I need to take in order to get a solo are Marseille, Paris, and Brest. Because getting Spain, getting Portugal can be very, very hard to do against a well-defended line with French and possibly, Italian or Austrian or Turkish help. So I would want to be trying to go for, the Sevastopol-based victory. Because, I think a lot of the natural Islamic line victory is going to be foreclosed at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you.
This seemed to be the turn because the fleets are pushing further away. Yeah, you could have had a chance. So, and again, no fault. This will get Andre a top 2 or 3 result. So
Great result.
All right, so good to the fall. Well.
Next Belgium.
He's
losing
going
to
for
the
he's going
English.
for it, right?
A turn too late though.
But
It
is
seemed.
it too late? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it's
It's
too
like
late.
a
Like, you know,
year too late.
if you let them get into the English Channel, if you're letting Moscow be held like that, I think Warsaw is vulnerable because of the fact that there's a fleet in Livonia.
Yeah,
This just
Warsaw.
yeah,
Sorry, go
this
ahead. Warsaw
tactically
will
just
fall.
doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, Warsaw's gonna fall eventually. I mean,
And look at Ed
where's
just
18? Like
expanding outwards.
how you count to 18 here? I just don't see it now with these tactical orders.
Here we got Peter McNamara joining us in the chat. So
I will say the 7 were those. Once you put the fleet in Livonia, I think that ended.
Yeah. I agree with Peter before the fleet goes into Livonia. And like now, like, you know, looking at the board, like I don't see you getting into Vienna. I don't see you getting into Budapest. I don't see you getting into Romania. Like I just do not see it.
but here's the story. So we thought that it was over, and yeah. I mean, it's open. He gets his build now. There's play. Maybe there's play.
Yeah,
So
but he's got to fight Eber right away.
yeah.
Very, very true comment from Saren right here. F. Livonia is just very ugly.
Yeah. That's why I thought it was more the diplomatic play to say, okay, I'm fine ending this game. But
what the move to Livonia thought, oh, there's never going to be a stab here. And then.
Yeah. But there it is.
Okay.
Full turn.
So Ed's the one who gets Warsaw.
Yeah, I mean, Warsaw was lost. There's no solo. Like, you know, you'd have to hope that 17 is enough. And given what we knew on the board at this time, Andre has to know 17 isn't enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so give him credit for trying, but maybe, you got to make that decision, quick turns, and
Too little, too late.
yeah.
Ed's problem though is that he needs first place. And I think Andre's move here is going to guarantee him the board top. Not a solo, but a board top.
Yeah, I think Andre will get a big board top, maybe like 13 centers or something like that. 14 centers.
But a close second with 10 centers, I think it's all it needs is 8,000. I think it was 8 or 8,500. I mean, a 10,000 number gets in there.
So he needs 12,000. So at this point of the game, so it's fall of 1908, and let's see.
And Turkey's not coming at him. Depends on how long this game goes.
All right, so fall of 1908, Katie is at 12.5, which puts her at 32.5, I believe. And so Ed would need 10,000. So at this point,
yeah.
And
then look at oh, sorry, but Eber walks through Tunis to keep Gascony alive. Not alive, but with strength, more strength. This is maybe. I don't know how much can I get.
It has to be Eber's dots. So
yeah. All right. So Ed builds one again from Warsaw. Italy. Ben finally put down. Thank you, Ben. Sorry, Ben. Andre picks up 2. Andre's at 13 at this point. So I mean, the solo is harder to find. But yes, Jason, I know nothing was in Gascony, but Sabi is her name. Sorry, their name is Gascony for the day. This was yeah. Oh no.
I will forever call them Gascony.
Yes. All right. Yeah. More another army. That was it. Nothing here. Spring. Ed's still making the move. What does Ed get out of this?
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I don't think he can't get Munich.
He can't get anything, but he does put pressure on the line at least, I guess. I don't know.
He has to take it. Has to be Eber's dots, whether by force or consent.
If Ed wants it, yeah.
And a valid order to Gascony.
And I think, yeah. Congratulations, Sabi.
Fall. Trying for Munich.
Oh no. What are you doing, Andre? And I think this ends puts a huge issue on him. Getting the army in Brest blown up is just catastrophic. I think in this case he had to support Brest to hold, because you just like losing that is just way too valuable. Wait for reinforcements to come into Burgundy so you can tap Gascony, then support yourself into Paris, then do whatever you need to put another unit in Brest, but you can't let that army there get blown up. This is very, very bad. This may just stop his growth altogether at this point.
I think what we're seeing here is honestly exhaustion after a long game.
Yeah,
There's a lot of units on the board, a lot of things to be taken into account.
for sure.
Who's working with who at this point, and how many people have you been working with, and what kind of negotiations are you having with your former ally, and how stressful is all of that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
3 rounds over a very short period of time too. It's long games. I know last night's games were 1913 and 1912, so they weren't short games. So no adjustments, no rebuild. Did he lose something?
Yeah, he lost Brest.
Oh, he lost Brest.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So nothing there, and all right, let's just get there.
Yeah, that's a good place.
If you can take this draw vote, Andre, every day of the week, take this.
Yeah, there's no growth hope for him anymore. I'm surprised I took a draw. Maybe Eber told him you're not topping. Maybe Sabi told me you're not topping. And then he just said, "Okay, fine, let's draw."
Yeah, Ed has no chance here because he's
Really?
at 7.
Why?
I mean, that's what I'm asking the question. He's at 8,500. Doesn't want to stab
behind,
Eber, maybe?
He's behind by 1,500 points right now. At the moment this game draws. And
Yeah, because the other one the other one ended at the same time too. So the question is,
and we heard that the other game ended
after, I think, right?
Well, it had to be one right after the other. No, Ed, I think is, moving up a place is worth 1,000 points.
Mm-hmm.
Each dot is worth 500 points. So if he picked up 1 dot and Sabi lost 1 dot, then I think he would be tied for the tournament win.
Apparently, I was saying he did the math at this point and that he was ahead of Katie. I guess Katie's game went on for a little longer. So it's possible that they weren't perfectly in sync with each other. So like fall 1909 here would not happen at the same time fall 1909 was happening there. So our calculations of relative scores may have been a little off.
Sometimes games get paused here and there for adjudication issues. I
Draws.
did see that Ed said in the comments that he put his fate in Jason Massbaum's hands.
This game is over first, and
yeah.
Saren points out too that if Ed is watching the other game and sees what position Katie is in, then probably knows that she has a solo. That's true.
There was no real hope for Ed when you look at the other board. So,
all right. So so good.
Ed can't solo, right?
Nope.
I don't know.
No, because you'd have to get at least a French dot, and at that point, why would France
Yeah.
I don't know if you take Munich and Berlin.
No, but what he's saying is just to be withdrawn the moment you dot her. So to Andre.
But if you push Andre back a couple and you're taking Eber's dots, I'm just saying it's theoretical. I don't.
Yeah.
Both games at play, and that might be too.
There's also a fair question about how credible the threat to throw would be. The issue is I just didn't have enough units to make that a non-credible threat.
Yeah.
Like if you had enough fleets to take Tunis and then blockade the Tyrrhenian, it makes it a non-credible threat, right? Like I feel like in a lot of games like this, in the endgame scenario, people who get dotted behind the line make the threat to throw. But the issue is, and people fall for it when they're non-credible threats, right? When they couldn't carry through. And I think that's something that a lot of viewers need to be careful with when they agree to a draw or agree not to dot someone, is you need to look at whether or not they're capable of actually throwing a solo to the other person when they make that throw.
So I wanted to wrap up this game because obviously there's a bigger picture to get to. But
Yeah.
Ed going, the flat line, as Siobhan called it, to a nice comeback. Andre and Sabi with a nice alliance in the beginning. What's the biggest takeaway, Siobhan?
I mean, I think Ed's play here was fantastic. A lot of players give up, especially that early as Austria being jumped on like that. And this is proof that a game is never over unless you decide that it's over. Andre, I think that there are minor mistakes that we pick on because we like to jump on those, but fantastic game, fantastic results. Love to see it. Sabi, sorry it happened to you. Andre isn't as nice and cuddly as he comes across.
But still, I mean, it really didn't lose much, if anything, other than Munich, I think, and maybe Belgium, but turned around quick. No hesitation to say, not on my watch. So,
Yep.
Karthik, your boy didn't make it.
He did not.
No,
Neither of them did.
no, but that's okay because for another first-time winner, I think now we've got 3 in a row. Let's see if we've got the current standings, and congratulations to Katie Gray for the winner of the Spring Carnage.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
But little do you know, Kevin, she's a fellow web dipper, so I can root for her as well.
Oh God!
We're all diplomacy players. We both root for each other and just wish that we'd all die at the same time. And those two things go
Exactly.
hand in hand.
Of course.
And that's how diplomacy players define caring.
I've never met an alliance I didn't destroy. So
Story checks out.
yeah. So no, but congratulations. I mean, this is
Seriously.
I mean, some of the highest quantity or quality of volume. Again, in a small group, 3 games over what would that be? Like a 30-hour period.
Rough.
Downtime. I know they were doing some gaming in between, and to be able to put together. I mean, I think most of us were at not Karthik yet, but DipCon in 2018 there, and to be able to amass top boards and solid results, even if it's close, over a period of time, in this scoring system. I know we were laughing at it in the beginning, but it took tops. It took good results to get here. So big congratulations. I think that's all we got for tonight. I know it's pretty early. We've only been on the air for 4.5 hours. We can go another couple hours to.
I mean, I'm wide awake. I'm happy to go over these games again and go in-depth analysis.
Do some more gasps and mouth covering.
I saw someone in the comments say that they were dozing off, and our collective reaction, Brandon, woke them up.
The silence, like the silence, right? Yeah, it's so go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Katie, I sent you a link. If you're there, come on, respond to it.
us.
Yeah, let's get you.
Oh my
on
God,
there.
Pravel's even up.
Whoa!
Whoa.
He must be having to go to the
Yeah.
bathroom in the middle of the
Like,
night.
I mean, this was some serious quality play. Every board I saw was stacked with players that I would not want to be on a board with all of those players all at once. So this was not, by any stretch of the imagination, an easy tournament. And so everyone who came in this top 10 here deserves a serious congratulations. And Katie, well done.
Yep, bravo.
Yeah, Katie, I gave you some guff during that one game for being a little bit too passive with your units, not using the units enough to generate. And it's wonderful to see you figure how to win this, without even hearing that. It's great. This is this last game in particular was just masterful diplomatic performance. Can't tell you how impressed I am.
Yeah. I like to think that our voices stick in players' heads even when they're not listening live to the broadcast. And they're in the middle of a game and they're just like, no, Brandon, he's right here and he's telling me.
We like to take credit. I think the only one we can get credit for is Tommy, right? We pushed him into going for it, and that tornado just doesn't stop spinning since then.
So because we're not going to be able to get Katie on tonight, here's promo time. So first, there are plenty of chances for interviews, and we will surely hear from Katie, get perspective on all the games, especially the last one. Why didn't the solo chance happen? But we've got the next edition of Deadline will be out. Today is May Day, or yesterday was May Day. We will get through here. I saw the diplomats were talking about interviews as well, and we will certainly want to hear from that. So we've got Deadline. Our next broadcast, I'm going through all those, is League Night, 2 weeks from today / yesterday. JJ Evan type of commentary here. So we will be doing Speedboat. So I know we had a ton of Speedboat players. I think there was at least a couple of boards where a majority of the players had played in this last season for the Nexus Speedboat League. The championship series is a 2-game series. The first game has already been played. The second game we're waiting on. So we will bring that to you, quote unquote, live in a couple of weeks. And of course, the next round of VDL is May 15th. So sign up. It is on the VWDC Discord server. We will get a link to that in the description below. I will do a Siobhan here, and please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done that. I know we do a good job of posting in some of the Discord servers and on Twitter about the broadcast, but it's best just to get the notifications when you can do that.
Hey, before you continue, I just got word that Katie is rousing herself from bed to join us. So
nice. We waited long enough.
Yeah, we just need another minute.
We stalled long enough.
Oh, good. Okay. Hold. I need a break, so I'll let you do this. But I do want to finish up the promotions. We mentioned DixieCon. Registration is ongoing. I know David sent out some emails today. DixieCon.com. Go and sign up. There's a form to do so. There is going to be a speedboat tournament. I think it's Thursday, Friday. For that speedboat, there's the regular diplomacy. There is going to be a virtual barbecue on Saturday. We can't change traditions, and it is the longest running face-to-face tournament that we know of at this point. So great tournament. It's your next one on the circuit. It will be an automatic qualifier for the DBNI based on already the number of registrations we have. And so that one's that. Next, oops, I'm going the wrong way. We have Boston Massacre. Dates still to be determined. I think that Alex is working on getting that together. No set form yet, but again, keep your eyes on the VWDC server. And that is kind of it for the upcoming Tour of Britain. I don't want to leave out Tour of Britain. That will be our June big event. So follow that. I don't know what server that's on. I'm sure someone can comment on it. Appreciate the feedback on the French League. We had a good time with that. Anything else as far as promotions? I think we're good.
What's the next? The next one after that is Weaselmoot. Is that right?
There's talk of a summer classic as things are transitioning, hopefully, fingers crossed, into face-to-face. We will see about that. I know Weaselmoot will be Labor Day weekend, but there may be a Philadelphia Pacific Northwest Summer Classic something.
There's a lot to be decided in the August, September, October range. So details will be announced on all the various Discord servers as we have them. The next one after Boston that is for sure, I believe, yes, is Weaselmoot.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right.
One more. I got one more announcement before we bring on the champ. DBN is looking for a video editor. So if any of you out there have video editing skills, please let us know. We put an advertisement on our website. We also had one in the briefing as well, so you can find it there. So we need you. We need some people to, especially with Brian's spiffing League Night up so much. Game Day Live especially needs help. So please let us know.
Help us.
Yes. Send us an email or something. All right, Kevin, you need a quick break?
Yep, I'm going to step out, but before I do want to be the first one to congratulate Ms. Katie Gray. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hello.
And
Hi.
Indiana is also on Eastern time, I think, right?
Yeah.
Some parts are, some parts aren't. So Brandon and you can get along for the I can't believe I'm up this late award.
Congratulations, Katie. Where are you in Indiana?
Thanks. I'm in West Lafayette. I'm at Purdue.
Okay, you're a student there?
Yeah.
What are you studying?
Aerospace engineering.
Whoa. All right.
Awesome.
What do you want to build?
I don't know.
Spaceships or airplanes?
Yeah. Spaceships, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Nice. So what about aerospace engineering helps you in diplomacy?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't ready for this question, Brandon.
We roused you from sleep. So I mean, it's one of those things where you have a big win and there's this adrenaline rush and then crash, and then we roused you from the rest. And so I thank you so much for coming on tonight because
Oh yeah, no problem.
this is huge. Remind me, how long have you been playing diplomacy?
I think I've been playing about 3 years for like extended deadline phases.
Awesome.
On web diplomacy. Yeah, I heard Kartik say something about that. So
Yeah, fantastic. And so you got into the virtual face-to-face just this last year, right?
yeah, just a couple months ago. Tanya and Nicholas and some other people that I know from WebDip kind of encouraged me to come out, and it's been a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, after today, are you glad that you did?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a lot of fun. This was a really, really cool tournament. Yeah, no regrets, I guess. I don't know. I had some regrets when you guys reacted that way to the draw vote, but it's okay.
You'll learn the more you play in VDL and the virtual diplomacy not to listen to Brandon and I that much. We do this for dramatic effect. Don't mind us.
Yeah, don't listen to us at all. Did you? All right. So you knew the other game had drawn at that point. You knew you had the tournament won. Is that why you took the draw?
Yeah.
Do you, now that it's done though, do you have any, is there any part of you that has any lingering regret that you didn't just go for the solo and punctuate the win with that big exclamation mark?
Yeah, I mean, I think solos are really unique, and that was a really weird game. Like, I mean, I think you said that, Siobhan, like that's a unusual position for an Austria to be in. Like, yeah. Really crazy. Like, a lot of weird board dynamics happened. I don't think it would have happened without the subs. Johnny taking over England was huge. Totally changed what was happening in the West. So yeah, part of me is like, oh, I could have gone for it because, when do you get the chance? But I don't know. I was getting along really well with Evan. I knew he wasn't a fan. Like, I knew he wasn't going to support me soloing, and like, I didn't need to. So it's hard to say. I don't think I would have ever soloed, even going back now. Although I probably would always regret not doing it, if that makes sense.
So what do you think you did well that game? What was it that enabled you to win?
I think I was more flexible than I think I was pretty flexible. I know it's really hard to tell in the stream, but there were a lot of moves that were not agreed to or were sort of agreed to at the last minute. I mean, that's always what's happening behind the scenes. I think I just was able to keep working with people who I wasn't working with the turn before. Helped a lot. Gave me a lot of options, I think. Yeah,
so do you remember your other games, or is it all a blur right now?
I remember the other games, yeah.
I was just looking at I put my mic down, and that was I would say that maybe the key to victory might be the round 2, not survival, because you were under a little pressure. You were able to work out the dynamic with Saren to kind of finish that game. I mean, was that one the most stressful, even though there was more pressure on the last round game?
It was definitely the one I felt the least comfortable in. Like, the entire time I was like, I could just die in this game. So I think towards the end, Sabi and I realized that, like, well, Saren had the opportunity to make sure that she could solo top, and the three of us were kind of in this Western triple that we sort of had to be in, and if we wanted to help her do that, then we could. And that's where that one ended, I guess.
And I guess the other question, this is only because I was in that chat off site, was the draw proposal, not the draw proposal, but the 3-way shared top in that first game. It just seemed like, and all the commenters, A, in the chat, and then B, tonight, seemed to say, why give up what you didn't need to give up to go for that chance for the top at that point?
Well, I haven't seen the stream from that game, so I don't know what you guys said about it. I don't know what the chat said. Being in that game was really weird. There was not really like a three-way draw agreement ever. It might have been proposed. It was not agreed to. And it sort of became this thing where people on both sides of the line were like wanting their preferred top person to top. I wouldn't have vetoed the draw at any point at that point. Like I was kind of just sitting back and letting other people sort of fight for me, which was great. It's kind of an awkward position to be in, but I don't know. That game was weird.
So the tournament is won because you were able to get into the channel in that first season.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, I mean that like alliance with Wardy like lasted through that game and is what got me a good outcome in that game. So
yeah,
I think it's a good call. And then I worked well with Hunter in the last game in the end, so it didn't burn too many bridges there, I guess. So it's good.
That's awesome. To me, that's a mark of a great diplomat where you can sew those back up and what's the best for me at that point. So again, congrats on very, very great play over the weekend.
Thanks.
Yeah, and nimble play. I think you've picked out what seems to be your the feature that enables you to succeed, which is that you don't get stuck too much to a particular tack. And yeah, it was fun to watch you play. You'll hear some criticism from us around the first game, I think.
I'm sure. Well, when I saw you talking about inefficiency in the third game, I was like, oh, I wonder what they said about the first game. There was a lot of diplomatic work going on. My units might not have been moving, but I was putting in work.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's hard for us to see, right? We're just surmising.
Yeah, it's fine.
So.
Well, good. Well, since being in West Lafayette, that is not that far. I think technically, per our charter, you'd be an official weasel. So we won't put that moniker on you yet, because Sabi also says that hurts her game. So we'll leave you out of it. But hopefully, at some point when we're all back face to face, we can get you out to a game.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Excellent. And I want to apologize because I saw you signed up on our website. I'm doing some background work on things, and I didn't respond to that. I think I missed that email a year ago. So.
Oh, for Weasel stuff?
Yeah.
I signed up for the newsletter like way back when.
Yeah. I don't know if we ever responded to that. So I'm going to blame Brian for that since he's back in bed.
Sure.
It's always Brian's fault.
It is Brian's. So, all right. And one more time, congratulations. We'll let you get back to bed is where we are all going. But again, great win. And are you signed up? Last question. Are you signed up for DixieCon?
I'm not yet. I'm moving in a week and a half, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to make DixieCon. I'd like to. I like these tournaments; they're a lot of fun. But we'll have to see.
All right. Well, we'll let you sneak under the radar there, and we'll see you at the next one.
We'll see.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much.
Congrats, Katie.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Excellent win and excellent play throughout the weekend, and good play all around. Again, there was a lot of great results, and the tightness of the final standings speaks to that too. So how do we sign off? It's late. Can we swear? Can we do anything?
I think we'll stop going live before we start swearing. We'll grab a couple of beers, but before we do, I mean, any final thoughts, you two? It's a great broadcast.
I enjoyed the tournament. I really did. Again, smaller in numbers. I don't know. We've had a lot of diplomacy over the last couple of months. I know a lot of us are getting vaccines and we're not at home as much. The weather's getting warmer in the northern hemisphere and it's tougher to play. And so I hope this isn't a sign of things to come in the virtual tournament, but I don't care. If we get this many players and the play is this good, I can live with this. So there was strong boards. There wasn't a single, I take that back. My board was terrible. The other 6 boards were fantastic.
You were on it, Kevin.
True. I did it to myself too. Stabbed. But yeah, really, really good play all around. And I'm looking forward to VDL. We got great boards on there, and then DixieCon coming up.
It was great to see a newcomer go toe to toe with the people who have dominated the circuit for the past year and come out on top.
Yeah,
it's great.
I think so. Following up on that, Pravel sent that to me. Goffey had tweeted that. It said, I went toe to toe with the up and comers, the young kids, and I got my behind handed to me. So when someone, of his quality will admit to being, outplayed, that says a lot. Yeah, for sure.
And we all have another thing to be worried about for the future, which is Katie Gray. The rise.
Yet another
of
name
Katie
to add
Gray.
to the list of don't want to be on a board with because they're too good.
I'm glad I'm on this stream. I can't play anymore. So
Same, Kevin. Same.
yeah. All right. Well, on that note, Siobhan, do you want any wrap ups other than what we have?
I mean, fantastic tournament. Much thanks to Dave Maletsky for all the work you put in, both for your events and for the hobby on the whole. I love being here on DBN with you guys, and it's only 12:30 in the morning for me, as opposed to 2:30 and 3:30 respectively. So I will just talk for another hour, and everyone's okay. No, I'm kidding. But thank you both so much for having me. This was great fun, and congratulations to Katie.
Excellent.
And thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Kevin, for hosting.
Yes.
Brian doesn't let me on camera for league night, so I got to come back to my home.
Oh, we appreciate it.
Teasing.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
You're welcome
Had
here,
fun.
Kevin.
Yep. Awesome. All right. So
thank you very much for joining us, everyone who've been in the comments, who've been watching us for the stream. I just want to say, stay safe and stab well.
night.